you to kind of talk about the pipeline, because as you know, we work very closely with you and your countries on supporting, implementing, as Patricia was saying, the latest guidance and the latest tools within your program. But we also know that it's very important to plan for the future. And within the diagnostic space, where Kavi will be talking about some exciting things in the very immediate pipeline, we also know that there's a real challenge. Patricia's highlighted the kind of the gaps in the diagnostic cascade, but it is also a major cost driver. And I don't think I need to tell the programs here about that. But from within the Global Fund's perspective, we are spending with countries a considerable amount of our TB investments in TB diagnostics, because we want to help you achieve the UN HLM targets on WRDs, as well as procuring equipment. I think we also recognize, and this is maybe linking to the diagnostic standards, that we also need to support the network around the equipment. And as you can see here, the kind of investments in the lab systems, so DNOs, integrated sample transportation, lab information management systems, these have all been increasing over time as well, because making sure you're diagnostic, you know your network and you know where you're diagnosed, and you can link to the diagnostics within your network is as important as making sure you have the platforms and cartridges to do the diagnostic tests. So we sort of see that this investment in the network and knowing your network and linking your network is important for the now. But I think also going forward, and we'll build on this later this morning, is this knowledge of knowing your network and knowing your gaps is also very key for thinking about when new tools come down the pipeline. Is it the right tool for you? Does it fix your gap? And how best to implement it into your system and leverage. And I think particularly, as Kavi will say, and as Patricia was saying, that it's not just offering a WHO recommended diagnostic, it's the linkage to drug sensitivity. And that's where things like integrated sample transportation and lab information management systems are key. So those investments are not wasted or sort of in the past if we do get a more decentralizable test. So see if I can do so. That's kind of what we're doing now. But I think someone will change these slides. The reason sort of why we're here is that Global Fund has looked in the pipeline across all the 3 diseases and has seen that there is many new innovations coming. And we feel that it is important that we get involved a little bit more in the preparing countries and getting ready for accelerating innovations that improve care or address a barrier for our programs and for your programs. And this is where the next gen market shaping strategic initiative is involved. And this is sort of where this piece of work sits within. And there's 3 components for it, but I think what we're really going to focus on today is the pillar 1, which is the accelerating health product introductions at scale. And this is sort of the piece of work around planning for new tools in the TB diagnostic space is really key for us in this cycle, and I think particularly going into the next cycle as well. And so within this cycle of the Global Fund, there's 3 key pieces of work being done. And some of you are here today, and Global Fund's working with WHO, UNITAID and KNCV for the second piece of work, so the regional engagement. So that of kind of talking with countries, programs, civil society on kind of what is in the pipeline and your thoughts about it. And the other kind of piece of work that some countries in the region may be aware of is we're looking at market size estimations. So Kavi will go into a little bit more detail later this morning, but on what's in the pipeline. But the area that we are most interested in is this second, I don't know if I've got the pointer. Oh, no, not that. Anyway, the second box is this near point of care. So as Patricia said on Tuesday, there's the low complexity diagnostics. There are some new platforms potentially coming in this space, looking very similar to the Expert and TrueNat. And that's sort of bringing choice to that component of the diagnostic pipeline. But there are some very interesting and exciting tools in the pipeline for this near point of care. And this is sort of really looking at what the TPP, the target product profile, sort of this potential to be battery operated or chargeable, that can be decentralized to microscopy, PHC level and below, potentially with very considerable cost reductions. They may be TB, not TB, and that's why those investments in the lab infrastructure and that linkage to DST remains key. And they can work with sputum and potentially alternative sampling types, such as tongue swabs. So potentially for those people who are unable to produce sputum, we may be able to offer some additional options. So this is the pipeline that we're most excited about, because we feel that it may address some of the challenges. And we're doing some work to kind of start estimating what is the market for these new tools. And we're building on the WHO universal standards for diagnosis and really digging a lot deeper into step 2 and step 4 around access and ability to achieve 100% coverage of a molecular diagnostic test for everyone with TB. And the reason why we're asking about sort of getting a sense of what could the market be is because Global Fund, working with partners, particularly Unitaid, are kind of trying to think that if we get a sense of what the demand for these tools could be from yourselves, from the countries, could we work to accelerate an affordable price from the first day that it becomes available? So kind of, I think we're aware that particularly with Expert, that introduction, there was a high price and then there was a volume, some volumes were generated, and then there was a slightly lower price and then more volumes. And we want to accelerate that time frame. So working with the Global Fund and other partners to kind of really help shape the market. And the way we're thinking about it, and we will go into much more depth about this in the breakout rooms, is that if we had a near point of care test that fulfilled some or all of the WHO target product profiles, particularly the price point. So if we were looking at something that was around $500 for a platform and less than $4 for a test, how could be decentralized, so chargeable or battery operated, how could it be used? And these are some of the use cases that we've worked with some countries, and we want to pressure test and hear back from you today on how you feel about this. But things like, would it just be used as cost saving? So do you put it in your existing lab infrastructure and you start to use the low complexity molecular tests that have DST capacity as a reflex test? So you use this much cheaper platform and chip price to kind of save costs within your program, but kind of it stays within the existing lab infrastructure. So that's sort of a cost savings approach. Could it improve quality? As Patricia showed, we still globally haven't reached 100% coverage of WRDs. We're still relying on diagnostic microscopy in a number of settings. If this could sit next to your diagnostic microscopy, you still need your treatment follow-up, but it could be something that everyone will get this. So you're starting to sort of improve access to improve quality of diagnosis, because we know this is more sensitive and specific than the microscopy. But you're still linked to all your existing integrated sample transportation, your treatment linkage to starting treatment. So that's an approach. And then ultimately, I think these tests offer us that really decentralized ability to take TB diagnosis even further down than the microscopy site. So kind of moving it to primary healthcare facilities. And I think particularly in this region where you have some sort of areas that are very hard to access, either islands or rural areas, where putting a expensive and relatively complex platform is not necessarily the most cost-effective way or the easiest way to assure access. But if you had a tool that could allow that, we can further sort of think about decentralizing. So these are sort of how we're looking at some of our market estimations. And these are the questions we will be asking you around kind of, what do you think your program could use this for? And this is the sense of knowing your gaps and knowing your challenges, because it might be one of these, two of these, three of these, none of these. And we want to hear back from you. And because this is the sort of link to that market access point is that if we can get a sense from you of the demand, and if you're going to be using Global Fund resources in GC8, how can we leverage your demand and our sort of financial capacity and working with partners to really ensure that we bring that affordable price forward by, so from day one, we aren't waiting for over the GC8 period for a slow price drop as it scales up, but we try and bring that forward for you. So that's sort of some of the thinking. You're going to hear more about the pipeline, and Unitate, our key partner, will sort of now present, and Nisha will present the work that they're doing, which is very complementary to sort of see how we can bring forward the affordability access, and then you'll hear more about the pipeline. So, Nisha.
Thank you, Grania, and good morning, everybody. I will try to keep this as succinct as possible so that we can actually get to the meat of the discussion. But I think it would be important to highlight here? Just a couple of things as we kind of move into the discussions around the opportunities for new tools. We wanted to highlight also the support that's available to countries as we start to think about what this opportunity might mean in your countries, and seeking your feedback on these use cases and market estimations. We really also want to think about how we can come back and support you in both the WHO guidelines, but also anticipation of some of the products in the pipeline. So this is just a quick slide to remind you of how Unitate and Global Fund really are partners working together across the ecosystem. So Unitate does a lot of work in sort of taking late stage products and adapting and helping to either reformulate, repurpose, and catalyze early introduction. And we work very closely with Global Fund to help bring these products to scale in your countries. And a good example of this has been in the TB context with rifapentine, thinking about early work that Unitate did to generate evidence on this preventative tool, help bring the product at an affordable price into countries, help tackle some of the manufacturing issues with generics, and then really partnering with countries and with Global Fund to bring this to scale. So it's something that we're also very conscious of in the context of diagnostics and the needs that you might have, both in the context of new guidelines with various options coming, but also with new tools that are coming. And just a reminder, this kind of builds on the concept that Grania was just describing, but when we think about access and what really a price of a product comes down to, there's various inputs that go into this. There's the cost of the product and the different inputs that go into the goods themselves. But there's also the power of volumes that when we can bring large procurements together, we can actually then decrease the price of a lot of these products. And thanks to Find for developing this slide. But there's many other inputs around the delivery cost, around kind of the different types of negotiations and pressures that we can put with companies on your behalf in thinking about what would make a product affordable. And we're thinking about that from the early stage all the way until when the product is in your country. So it's just a reminder that countries have a very powerful voice in saying, this is what we expect within our national budgets. And it makes quite a big difference in the ability of partners to negotiate these prices. And so for Unitaid, there's been sort of three areas that we focused on for TB diagnostics. There's been work that we're doing on really accelerating the availability of new products. And we're going to hear from our partners at Find, so I won't talk about that very long. There's been work to optimize the markets and create sort of the optimal conditions. So that's things like pricing or the regulatory space to make sure that there's approvals for these products, that you feel that they've reached sufficient quality standards and that these can be measured and acceptable. And then supporting kind of country readiness, making sure that you guys have experience with some of these new products. You can generate your own evidence on them and really think about the context that you will be using them in. And I wanted to just give a couple quick examples so you have an idea of the types of support that we've provided, but also might be available from us or from other partners. Just to acknowledge that a lot of the work that will be presented in the next session from CAVI has been led by Find, and we're very thankful and appreciative of this work to expand the pipeline of diagnostic tools. And, you know, I won't take the thunder from the next presentation, but really acknowledging that a lot of work has gone into the investment to look at what are the different products through a very competitive lens to get us to a set of products that are now at a stage that you can consider. And it's, you know, there's a consortium of other platforms that are supporting this effort, but we'll get to hear from one of them today. So thanks to Find. We've also had another investment with the Liverpool School, and our colleagues are here. And this has really been looking at optimal combinations of TB diagnostics, screening and diagnostic tools. And the first phase of this has been looking at products that exist in your national systems. Here in Vietnam, we've been working with the National Lung Hospital and Friends for International TB Relief. And thanks to them for the great work they've done in the first phase. And in the second phase, we have an opportunity to look at either new tools or different strategies that would help us increase our detection and case finding rates. And this is the kind of support that we can kind of continue to provide if there are interests and opportunities. And I just wanted to highlight another project very quickly, since we have our colleagues here. This has been the work that KNCV has done with Ascent. And this has really been an opportunity to bring various partners together across the cascade. So looking at detection, testing, treatment, and retention, but also looking at the coordination and country readiness and the market piece. And we have many partners in this group, including Orem and PATH and the Treatment Action Group, which has been leading our community work. So I think this is an example of how we would take maybe the work done on new products, the work done on testing some of these and looking at the right combinations of these, and then helping coordinate the market and coordinate at the country level. So just to give you a sense of, you know, as we embark on this journey, there's a lot of opportunities to think through what countries will need. But your inputs are going to be very important as we think about how quickly we can advance on some of these new tools, where they make the most sense, and how we can be responsive to country needs. So appreciate everyone's time and look forward to a good discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa. Let me invite Javi as well, so that we catch up with time, but also leave some space in the end for potential questions across the four presenters. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I firstly would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present today. It seems like everyone's built up for this presentation, so hopefully I do some justice and present on behalf of all of my colleagues who obviously are not here today, and the many partners who have supported our efforts in bringing these new diagnostics forward in the pipeline. So as has been mentioned, and Patricia did a great job in setting the scene, so hopefully some of my slides I can very quickly rush through. I'm going to try and present a snapshot of the pipeline, very much focused on the near POC class as we've been talking to this morning. So just to make you aware that while we're talking about this as a pipeline, there are many more diagnostics that are not going to be included in the presentation today, mostly so that we can be focused for the discussion after this morning's session. So just to remind everybody, and again, Patricia mentioned this in her presentation earlier in the week, in terms of the current situation around TB, we know that approximately 10.8 million people are diagnosed with TB annually. And I think the point that I'd like to make here is, where are we seeing the gaps based on the data? So we know that approximately 1.25 million deaths occur every year. And if I can get this to advance. Approximately 400,000 have drug-resistant TB. Had I known this was going to be so slow, I would have ditched the animations, but let's see. Okay, so I think what we're trying to show here is that around 2.7 million people of the 10.8 remain undiagnosed, and 8.2 million in total are diagnosed both clinically and with a microbiological test. So that's really what this is trying to show here, which is, roughly half of those that are actually reported are actually diagnosed using a WHO recommended diagnostic. And so we have this huge, gap in the diagnosis of people who are being missed at the moment. And really what this is sort of explaining in many ways is that we really need to rethink our approach to testing patients and finding solutions that can close the gap in diagnosing those patients. And of course, what we're talking about this morning is looking at alternative diagnostics that either, bring the testing closer to the patient, which is this near point of care class, or utilize an alternative sample, understanding that sputum has often been a challenge, particularly in populations that are challenged in producing sputum as a sample for testing. Okay, so the next point that I wanted to make is that as we think about these new tools, we should also appreciate that the sentiment that we'd like to create in the way we manage TB is that we should really be taking a patient-centered approach to patient management. And so we have to acknowledge that there's a journey that the patient takes. Some, remain undiagnosed in the communities, and others make a journey towards, getting to a healthcare facility, accessing or not accessing testing multiple times until hopefully eventually they access treatment and are cured. And so in order for us to really respond to this journey, we need to have tests that can be responsive to patients at these different points within the system or the pathway of their care. And in order for us to do that, we have to reflect on what those specific needs are. So what this slide is essentially trying to communicate is that as we find people, further away from the healthcare system itself, so the fixed healthcare system, and more into the community, we are going to need to develop tests that can respond to those needs, whether that is in terms of the form and function of those instruments, moving us away from instruments that require fixed power to those that are battery operated, and hopefully eventually even those that are instrument free. So that's really what this is indicating, this move towards more point of care type testing. And while we think about that, obviously we have to consider that there are going to be trade-offs in how we're able to deliver the type of testing that you get in a lab versus those that you can do closer to where the patients are. So this was a modeling exercise that was conducted in collaboration with many partners and was recently published in the Lancet Global Health. And really, just to very quickly illustrate what this is trying to say is, on the very right-hand side, it's a hypothetical example of a test that has a very high performance in terms of sensitivity and specificity. However, it only allows a very small proportion of the population to access this. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the total access is only 25% of the total population. And so because of that, we really aren't diagnosing a significant proportion of people who actually have TB in the community. But if we were able to consider a test that had a lower performance, and this is building up to the idea of what these newer tests might be, but allowed it to provide greater access. So if we go from 25% on the right-hand side to 75%, but with a reduced performance, we're actually, as you see at the bottom, able to identify 3 times more people with TB. So I think the point that we're trying to make here is, while we're going to see, and I will show you some of this in the subsequent slides, a reduction in performance of these newer tools, actually, if we improve access, ultimately, we are going to diagnose more people. And that's really what we are hoping to achieve with this pursuit of these newer tests. So moving along and trying to give you some examples of how we sort of think about this in projects and studies that have been conducted and published more recently. This is an example of the TB CAP study, which was funded through EDCTP and was led by Katharina Kranzer from the University of Munich and the London School. And what they essentially tried to do here was to place a molecular diagnostic test, which in the case here was the TrueNat MTB assay, on site where patients were being evaluated. And they also included a rapid communication of the results that were generated from that test to be able to see if they could improve same-day treatment initiation, compared to standard of care where patients who were presumptive, that were identified as requiring further evaluation, had a sputum sample sent off-site for expert testing. And what they saw in the study, which is reflected in the survival curve on the right-hand side, is that there was a huge benefit, a significantly higher proportion of patients who started treatment on the same day. So if you look at this graph, you see that the line drops dramatically, indicating that a higher proportion of patients started treatment on the same day compared to the standard of care line in the sort of blue green color, which indicates that if we can put the testing, closer to where the patients are, we can see that benefit in terms of treatment outcome. And in the case here, the majority of the patients started on the same day. Another example, thinking about taking testing closer to the patients, but also now building in the idea of alternative samples. In this case, this sort of movement towards using tongue swabs is a study that was done in South Africa among households with a known TB index patient. And what we noticed here, and here this was done among 957 household contacts, is that every household contact had a sputum and a tongue swab collected, at least an attempt to collect a sputum sample. And among those contacts, roughly 32% were able to have a sputum sample collected versus the 98% that had a swab collected. So you can see already, just on the basis of collecting the sample, there was a huge increase, threefold almost, in being able to get the sample. And this was done in people irrespective of whether they reported a symptom or not, right? So that was the intention of collecting both samples. And the positivity rate was more or less the same between the sputum and the swabs, around 10% for sputums and around 7% for swabs. But what is interesting here is that there were an additional 32 patients that were diagnosed with TB where no sputum was collected. So essentially, if they weren't swabbed, they would have been missed in this actual household contact intervention. So I think that's a very important indication of why moving towards non-sputum samples, particularly as you're trying to find people earlier in their pathway towards disease, that you might miss those if you don't think about these alternative sample types. Also worth noting is that this also led the fact that this was done in the house in conjunction with the use of an expert edge machine. 86% of those in the house that were requiring a linkage to care were able to link to treatment. And this was also within a one-day median time to clinic presentation. Okay, so then moving towards this sort of wider landscape of molecular testing, and Patricia already indicated in the last presentation the sort of the breadth and the sort of classification of the different molecular testing. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but just to say that on the very left-hand side of the screen here, which hopefully will come up, is the near point of care molecular class that I'm going to focus on primarily for the presentation today, and give you some examples, illustrative examples of where we are at the moment in the pipeline. But also to say, as you move further to the right and you think about the low complexity NATs, the moderate complexity, you can see that there are some sort of really newer platforms that have come through, which are equally exciting, but we won't necessarily talk about today. And of course, the targeted next generation sequencing, which was also highlighted in the week as well, that I think is equally interesting for programs to start considering. So just to highlight the target product profile information that Patricia also mentioned in her slides, as a way of sort of calibrating our understanding of, what we should be expecting from these tools. So as I mentioned, we're looking at instruments that are relatively portable, that ideally can be battery operated, and their intended use is to diagnose TB, at least pulmonary TB at a peripheral level, so that it might support the initiation of TB treatment, as I showed you in the previous slides, and that their use, the target use or the user, is really healthcare workers with very basic technical skills. So they shouldn't really require too much complex workflow, and that they should ideally be placed at a peripheral microscopy center or at the PHCs. And importantly, the next few points here is that they should really cost significantly less than what we see from the low complexity NAT options. So you see the instrument costs are usually expected to be less than $2,000. And the tests, this is reflective of the way that the TPP structure this, which is optimally around $4 or less, but at the upper limit around $6 or less. So that's the range that we're talking about in terms of pricing. And I will show you some illustrative examples of the current suite of tests that we've seen. Performance, as you saw even in some of the previous slides, varies, but we think that from the non-sputum perspective, so the tongue swabs, somewhere around 75% is acceptable and likely to go to around 85% in sputum-based testing. Time to result, again, this is another important indicator for being able to maximize its use closer to the patients. We ideally want this to be as low as possibly, as low as possible. So 15 minutes is an optimal time point, but anything under an hour is considered acceptable in this class. So just to remind you, we've become very accustomed to the idea of sputum-based testing on an instrument like you see on the right-hand side, which is the Gene Expert machine. But we want to move more towards an alternative sample type. Tongue swabs is, of course, the interest that we have right now, to instrumentation, as you see on the right-hand side, that can be as small as something that you can hold in the palm of your hands. So before I move into the test itself, just to give you some background on the various elements that are being worked on right now to really optimize the idea of using these alternative samples like the tongue swabs. So while it might seem very easy to extrapolate what we saw in the use of tongue swabs for COVID, for TB, it's a slightly different undertaking. And so one of the very early activities that we undertook as a community was to say, how do we maximize or optimize the use of tongue swabs in order to make sure that we get the best sample possible to use on these molecular machines? And so, joining forces with a number of different consortia and funders and agencies, as you see listed on the bottom left, there was an effort to try and optimize the use of tongue swabs as far as the process and the workflow, which is indicated in the material that you see on these slides. And essentially, this was to be able to maximize the use of tongue swabs on existing molecular infrastructure in countries, the low complexity NAT class, obviously. And so I'm not going to go into the details of how this is done, but just to highlight, which hopefully will come up here, that's really what I want to focus on, that when we use these tongue swabs on existing Gene Expert Ultra testing and cartridges, and using this large database of patients that were tested across 8 countries, we found a sensitivity of around 66%, a specificity of around 99%, and a smear sensitivity of around 49%. So this is something worth noting as we move along in the presentation, just to see how it compares with some of these newer instruments. So moving on to the first example, and again, this is drawing on some of the newer platforms that are sort of coming through. So the first one is a new assay that is being developed by MolBio called the TrueNat Ultima chip. And this is being combined with a sonication device called the TrueLice device that you see here on the screen, which performs a 90-second sonication. And of course, it helps to support the assay as it's eventually run on the chip. And again, very simple workflow, roughly 40 minutes, I think, in total, 5 minutes of actual hands-on time for those that are actually running the test. It is battery operated, approximately $8 for the test, and the cost of the device is roughly $10,000. This is just giving you an indication of what this looks like. So in terms of just some real world data, so this is courtesy of the R2D2 network and a number of other partners that we're working with to try and evaluate these newer devices. This was a study conducted in Uganda, India, and Vietnam, as you see, between the periods of February and August of last year, in people presenting with presumptive TB to outpatient clinics, people 12 years and older. And what you see here, so there's a lot of information on this slide, but just to say that the way in which this was done was that a tongue swab was taken, and then a swab was also used to be dipped into a sputum that was also taken from the patient. So what you see on the table here, where it's indicated tongue swab, is where the tongue swab was used alone. And a sputum swab is indicative of where a swab was dipped into a sputum that was collected from the patients and then tested in the instrument. So if you look at the sensitivity here in just the tongue swab, it's around 77%. Where it was dipped in the sputum that was taken from the patient, it's around 91%. And compared to just the sputum done in expert, we get around 93%, so roughly the same when compared to standard expert. And again, for the sake of sputum smear, the comparison of 58% in sputum smear, you see that the swab performed reasonably well. The next example is one from a company based in China called Plus Life. Again, a very simple workflow. Just to highlight the key parameters here, the test takes roughly 35 minutes from time to result, around 2 minutes of hands-on work time. This is a battery-operated machine as well. What is really interesting about this one in particular is the cost. So the test cost at this stage is roughly $4 per test. And again, the instrumentation is relatively cheap, so around $400 for the device. And you can see how that contrasts with, what you expect from the low complexity class. So really advancing the opportunity for us to sort of increase the availability of these tests at scale. This is what it looks like. So, relatively compact in size. Again, these are preliminary data from the R2D2 network, and following the same format. So you see that a really good performance when the tongue swab was tested alone, so around 89% against a microbiological reference standard. When the swab was dipped into a sputum that was collected from patients, around 94%, so really impressive performance. And I think what's important to note here is that the sputum smear here in this group was around 71.2%, which was much higher compared to the previous two examples that I gave you. And that indicates that, there could have been a variation in the population here that was evaluated, but that a larger data set is needed to understand the potential differences in this population. But very promising data, I think, nevertheless. The last example to give you is one from a company called Ustar, also out of China. This is looking at utilizing only a tongue swab sample type, also relatively cheap and quick to produce a result, around 30 minutes. I think you would have seen some of this at the Union conference last year. So it's a relatively small instrument, really looks almost like a lamb type test in terms of its size. And also we're hoping for some promising data of this in this short term. So then just to kind of round off this class, to say that there are quite a few other manufacturers that are playing in this space. And these, of course, are focusing primarily on a tongue swab sample, so they won't necessarily be able to do sputum and tongue swabs. One in particular that I can say here, which is the Lumira platform on the top right, which is one that many of you would have heard of as we were sort of moving and advancing this technology class in the last 2 years. That has a very promising TB assay. We are now being made aware that they've commercialized this product as of this week, not for TB, but for other tests that includes diabetes and COVID and a few of the RSV panels. So we think that this was recently acquired by Roche, and we're hoping that they will continue the development of the TB assay, because this also seems to have a very promising outlook as far as form and function and time to result. So while we think about this and go into the next session, the discussion with the various groups, I wanted to also bring our attention to just thinking through where the potential of these tests lie, but also calibrating our expectations around the use of these tests. So the one thing I want to say is that we should not necessarily see any test as being a one-size-fits-all in the TB programs in your respective countries. That in fact, as was noted in the previous sessions, that you need to really assess what are the needs in your program and consider the tests that are going to close those gaps. And even this near point of care test is not going to be a silver magic bullet that's going to close all the gaps in your program. You're still going to need those low complexity assays and some of the other ones that we've shown. So it's important to recognize that. You will, as I mentioned, need to consider the context of, what is the need in your country. In particular, as Grania mentioned, consider a diagnostic network optimization type exercise where you really understand the breadth of your network and the infrastructure that you have available currently and how you can plug in any of these new tools to close some of those gaps. There will be trade-offs, and I showed you that example at the very beginning on performance and access, but you can see that making those trade-offs do ultimately benefit the diagnosis of additional TB cases, which I think is very important. There will essentially still be a need to do the follow-up DST for patients who are diagnosed with these near point-of-care class tools. As you saw, there's no requirement for a drug resistance call to be made. It's really just TB or no TB. So, your network will still have to account for the subsequent DST. I think that a lot of these platforms are being developed to be more than just a TB-capable assay. Platform, sorry. So there will be hopefully more integration with other programs to offer a broader suite of testing that can also make the efficiencies and the procurement of these tests better in the long run for programs. There's still going to be a need for training and capacitation with these tools, but in general, I think this is something that has to happen in order for there to be impact with the introduction of tools. Referral linkage systems, I think you would have seen from that very early example that I showed you around the TB CAP study that having a test placed closer to the patient doesn't necessarily translate into better outcomes. You also have to strengthen the healthcare system in order to respond to those diagnoses that are happening where the patients are being evaluated. So that's very important. And of course, funding, as we know, in the current landscape is going to be an ongoing challenge. And I think thinking about how to integrate the TB testing with other disease areas and programs is going to be crucial for the sustainability of these testing modalities. So I'm through to my last few slides. I'm not sure if I've been asked to be done with time, but I wanted to show you a last few slides that were work that was done as part of the Drive DX for TB project that Anissa highlighted in her previous slides. Where we looked at the acceptability and preferences for end users, a broad spectrum of end users that would be considering of these newer tools that I described just now. So this was done in 3 countries, in India, South Africa, and Vietnam. And it was a mixed method study where we evaluated quantitative and qualitative aspects of a various number of cadres of healthcare staff and public health experts and program people to understand what were their, preferences or willingness to consider these new alternative tests and sample types. So I'm not going to go into a lot of the detail of the study itself, but just to highlight some of the key messages that we saw. So among TB service recipients, so people who would have been diagnosed with TB at some point, we asked them whether they had any particular preference for these newer sample types. And I think what is interesting is that overwhelmingly, people were very interested in either a tongue swab or a urine-based sample for TB testing. And you can see across the countries that was pretty much the sentiment that we saw among those that had been previously diagnosed with TB. I think healthcare workers as well, for sure, there was a strong sentiment from healthcare workers around the need for alternative sample types, understanding the challenges associated with collecting a sputum sample. And again, I think there was an acceptance of both the tongue and urine samples. Similarly, we saw that amongst the civil society representatives and public health experts across the 3 countries. Unfortunately, the colors aren't showing up very well here, but I think generally nobody was against the idea of moving in this direction is what I would like to say. And then in terms of the sort of barriers and facilitators to advancing these, so what I'm not showing you here, but would have taken a bit more time, is when we conducted the study, we really only had theoretical constructs around what these, tests could look like and the samples and the performance estimates for those tests. So what you're seeing here is just that sort of understanding based on that theoretical concept. And essentially, I think the messages that came through from the 3 countries is that, with any introduction of any new test, there's going to have to be significant HR that has to be strengthened, training, and that, really it has to fit in with whatever the existing modalities are for testing and where those testings are being offered. So of course, in all the countries, there's a movement towards decentralized testing, which I think is certainly the strongest sentiment that we saw from all the countries, that they really supported that idea, and that there would need to be some consideration to how to make this happen, particularly the urine-based testing. In terms of perceived problems, I think, some of these which might come up in the discussions as well was just at the time, low sensitivity based on our estimations of what we thought the performance would be. But as you saw in what I showed you in some of the earlier data, I think we're still seeing that, there might still be a similar performance to what we have already from some of the low complexity NAT assays. So hopefully some of that won't be as much of an issue. Of course, the fact that you're not getting drug resistance results is certainly a concern for some of the healthcare workers, civil society, and public health experts. And of course, the idea that there needs to be a consideration for having consumables like the tongue swabs. And I mean, these are general issues for most programs. I think those were most of the sentiments. I think on the urine, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, I think the sentiment there was mostly around, if we're going to ask people to provide that sample, we should also make sure the right facilities, ablution facilities, are available to cater for a sample like that to be taken. Okay, so my last slide is really just to make the point that as we think about how to move our country programs to whatever they can be the best version, the most optimized version, I like to think of this in terms of cell phones, right? Which is that at the very beginning, cell phones were very simple. They provided very, simple features, right? Text. Some of you who remember this Nokia from when the phone first came out, we used to play Snake on it, right? It was a very basic phone. And the idea is that your infrastructure needs to have a basic set of diagnostics that it can, deliver, TB care for. Which I've given some examples here, could be a new generation of LAM, or it is, of course, the molecular rapid diagnostics that are approved by the WHO. And of course, like the way the phones have evolved, you also need to work towards evolving your own diagnostic infrastructure, right? And whenever I show this, people think that I'm making a dig at BlackBerries is because they're so far down the channel of this slide. But the idea is that you add functionality, and hopefully that means you improve what you can do until you get to something that's like an iPhone that has, all these different capabilities. Thinking about the idea of integrating targeted next generation sequencing, but you build towards that, right? You wouldn't give a person who's not literate in using a cell phone a very complicated thing. And likewise, you need to move your diagnostic infrastructure in that way. And to think about how to protect that infrastructure is to think about the analogy of the cell phone cover, right? Which is the DNO. And the idea is that you're preserving that investment as you take it along. So it's equally important to do that, even when you're introducing newer features to your diagnostic infrastructure. So take-home messages to say, I think it's a very exciting time to be in TB. I think we've always been known as the program that moves very slowly and is very risk averse in terms of taking chances on advancing aspects of the program. But as you've seen from what UNITAID and the Global Fund have presented, there's lots really to be excited about across the cascade, not just in diagnostics. And hopefully we can be more synergistic around bringing those together for the sake of improving patient care. I think that all of these new innovations require a lot more work on the program side. As Grania was saying, it's not just about procuring new cool devices, but thinking about how they can make the most impact. And at the same time, building capacity, for implementation of these different tools is equally important, both from a human resource and other aspects of implementation. just acknowledge the significant group of partners and donors and collaborators that we work with at FIND, including my colleagues back in Geneva and across the various country offices, and to thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Kavis. Please can you stay there? I'm sure that there will be questions. We did have 4 presentations of different level of detail and engagement. So I'm going to pass the first question to Sharon, but it would be great to spend the next 5 minutes and be a little bit late for the coffee break to just unpack some of the conversations here. Thank you.
Hi, Sharon Ann Lynch with the Diagnostics Equity Consortium. I think it would be great to be late for the coffee break because many people thought the meeting started at 9, and this is such a critical issue that so many people can benefit from. So thank you for all of the fantastic presentations. Annoyingly, I have a question for each presenter. So if you don't mind terribly, one for Patricia to ask, what is the standard by which we are benchmarking countries when it comes to access to WRD at the PHC? What percentage facility coverage is WHO suggesting that countries try to reach in terms of sample collection? The second question is for Grania. It is a bit jarring to see the talk about high cost if we talk about putting near point of care at the primary healthcare level. But at what point, how many years before we reach cost neutral? How many years before we reach cost effective? If we were to have near point of care at the primary healthcare level, of course, giving value to perhaps tripling the number of people who are diagnosed and perhaps doubling those that are with TB that are diagnosed. My third question is for Anissa. Hi. So this idea of volumes resulting in lower prices, can you give an example such as maybe the HIV self-test that Unitaid worked on and what price, original price and end price? And finally, Kavi, for you, you mentioned the potential of some of these near points of care handling not only TB, but other assays. You mentioned specifically the Lemira bought by Roche. Do we have a sense that the other companies that are developing promising technologies are also looking at other health issues so that we can have a near point of care at primary healthcare level that could do TB and other health issues? Sorry for taking so much time, and thank you.
Thanks for the question, Sharon. So within the universal standard, the idea is that we achieve universal access. So when we talk about PHC access and linkage so that the patients have access to testing, that should be universal coverage. Now, what that looks like, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're saying everyone has to have a test on site at that. I mean, it's a goal to have a test during the same provider visit, at least same day. And then 48 hours is the overall recommended time to get that result back to make a diagnostic decision. That could be on-site, it can be through referral, but all primary healthcare clinics should have access to be able to refer samples if needed for testing.
Okay, I'll answer my question and then hand over to Nisha. I mean, I think in those use cases, this is why we're here today, is to kind of pressure test. Those are sort of, we had a meeting very similar to this in the Afro region, and those were sort of some of the conversations from the programs around their thinking about how they would think about introducing and then scaling up and what their overall ambition would be. And the kind of cost components are really just thinking about the cost of change, because I think there is the cost of procuring a platform and chips. And we really hope, and as Kavi showed, that there we're looking at an entirely different cost structure from our low complexity NATs. And I think to the point that I think it was maybe Patricia was making, but these sort of much smaller machines, I think we can move away from some of the more complicated service and maintenance issues that we have with more of the lab-based tests, which is an additional cost consideration. But it's also the cost of change. And I think that's what we have to recognize, that there's some introduction pathways that may have a slightly less cost of change, versus if we ultimately sort of want to achieve the WHO diagnostic universal access standards, and that is every PHC having access, and whether that is a near point of care platform or a sample transportation. But it's not just access to diagnosis, it's that linkage to care. And that's the individual programs sort of conversation of who can start TB treatment. Can TB treatment be started at the PHC or not? And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the HIV world, of where they had a decentralizable test, and what did that mean for treatment initiation and models of care for the whole patient pathway and journey. And that needs to be planned for and budgeted for. So I feel that it's important we recognize that cost of change beyond just a cost of the platform and the procurement.
Thanks for the question, Sharon Ann. I think there are many examples of how opportunities to consolidate volumes have decreased pricing. Part of this is because, it costs money to open up factories and manufacture the reagents or the commodities themselves, and magnitudes of volumes can help bring prices down. But other times it's just being able to give the manufacturer a predictable market and letting them know that these are the anticipated volumes. And whether this has been through sort of large volume guarantees that groups like the Gates Foundation or MedAccess, who are both here, have done, or even through government tenders that have kind of combined and pooled volumes together to sort of take those larger volumes and negotiate. These are the types of mechanisms that allow us, but are only possible when we have visibility on the use cases, the demand, what countries actually anticipate needing, which is why that knowledge of the diagnostic network and that understanding of where tools plug in is very important. So for HIV self-testing, I think the original test was around $3 or $4. And is now around $1, $1.50, which is on par with professional use rapid tests. So I think that work has happened over many years based on the buying power that countries have said, we don't want to pay more than $1, $1.50.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon Ann, for the question. I think a short answer is yes, we are hoping, as we try and shape this pipeline, to be able to, ensure that the manufacturers consider broader utility of testing in terms of this sort of suite of testing options more than just TB. And in some cases, we haven't had to, say that. The manufacturers have realized that themselves. But I think in terms of the Drive DX for TB project that Anissa mentioned earlier on, one of the things we've been trying to sort of push for is really to also look for those platforms that have, that integration, multiplexing capability, so that there's like a broader utility. But yeah, that's the approach we've been taking. Over.
I think we have a question online. So Manta, are you able to open?
Yes, I'm from Myanmar, and I want to know the referring land.
If you can go ahead and ask your question.
Referring land as a point of care test.
Just a minute. We're just turning the volume up so we can hear you. So you. We will be with you in a minute. Is there anyone else in the room who has a question? Aha, yes, I'll come. The person online, we will be back to you.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. Thank you, all the speakers. I have 2 points I need clarification on that. Is the point of care, is the first one. Test. It's very good to hear that we have a lot of screening tool that is available now as a point of care. But for a child, we have countries like our country, we have challenges with culture and all that, DST. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if any CFID ref is on the line. It's just for the XDR testing that we have already introduced in the country. We've realized that we all know that the limit of detection is our challenge because we are using as a diagnostic tool for ultra is the limit of detection is lower than the ultra is, the XDR is quite high. So there is a challenge there for the NTB detected, low and very low, for us to get DST pattern to that. So phenotypic DST is our way forward for that. However, I just wanted to ask if WHO, or CFID they're on the line, if there's any progress of looking at the limit of detection for the XDR cartridges. So that's something that will really help us in the resource limited settings that we can try to see, because to strengthen the sample referral pathway, we all know that it's very challenging and costly. So in our country, we are looking at trying to establish those testings in the sites, and the gene expert or the genotypic testing is the way to go. However, with the limit of detection currently we have with the CFID, we cannot. But if any country has some form of information apart from this, the tongue and swab for the screening, that would be great. If you can at least share with us so we can know how we could implement in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. And have we managed to sort out the issues with the online question? Mint then? If you can go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I want to know the regarding the LAM test, and I read about the plural LAM test as a one of care test. What about the peripheral LAM in the future? Thank you.
Okay, I think so. I think I heard that it's about the urinary LAM, the next generation urinary LAM. What's the status on that one?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So as Anissa highlighted in her presentation, so as part of the Drive DX for TB project, we are looking to bring through, in addition to the near point of care class, also a 3rd generation LAM assay. So, at the moment, there are a handful of manufacturers who have developed this more ultra-sensitive assay. And as you may know, and Patricia mentioned already earlier, that the Aliyah Abbott assay is the currently only commercially available, the determined one is the only one commercially available, and it's, has a very narrow use case in people living with HIV. So the idea with this 3rd, more ultra-sensitive version is to be able to be used in all populations, irrespective of HIV status. But I think there's still been a lot of challenges in being able to have a limit of detection that is suitable in these different populations. So we're still working on that, and hopefully through the project, we'll be able to advance a product in that class that can be used more broadly.
Thanks. Thanks for speaking to the pipeline and the LAM, Kavi. Jennifer, to your question from P&G about peripheral drug susceptibility testing. First of all, thank you for the question. All of these questions, and highlighting, as our colleague from Nepal highlighted the other day, challenges with the current tools we have are incredibly welcome. Let me just start with that. This feedback is good for us. It's good for us as we develop all of the global guidelines and consider how to assess future tools. But it's also good for us in our discussions with manufacturers to give them this feedback and to be able to get a good body of requests behind us when we speak with the manufacturers like Cepheid, and we're asking for potential future updates to their products. So that's my opening to please keep it coming, keep the feedback coming. I am not aware of Cepheid working on any updates for the XCR cartridge in order to lower the limit of detection currently. I think, hopefully if we can get a good body of evidence together around some of these challenges, that there could be some advances that new diagnostic manufacturers could consider. And there are several products for peripheral drug susceptibility testing options on the low complexity NAT instruments under development. For example, Malbio from India is working on an MDR cartridge, for example, that would give both RIF and INH on the TrueNat platform. There's also bedaquiline resistance in considering for down the road in the future. So those are a little bit further away, but they're there. We have developed the specific criteria in that same target product profile for peripheral drug susceptibility tests that consider some of these challenges. And then we're also currently, Unitate has actually been supporting validation of 96-well phenotypic broth microdilution plates for drug susceptibility testing that could simplify and potentially speed results to the broad spectrum of the current drugs used to treat TB. And we're moving through that validation process in order to validate the critical concentrations that would be needed to give more options for phenotypic. All of this, I think Kavi nicely highlighted, means it's a spectrum of options. We don't foresee phenotypic going away. So addressing some of the challenges that I know are cross-cutting around phenotypic testing will be really important while we await some of the new molecular advances.
Thank you. First of all, great presentation. All four, I think they deserve a round of applause. Great presentation. There's one request because the right people are present in the room today. You covered it in your concluding slide that the multi-disease platform used to be integrated with other disease programs, but the experience has been that because there was a slide which talked about market shaping, and you can advocate on actually pitching these multi-disease platforms to increase the health system infrastructure in the country. Experience has been the TB program budget is going into most of these equipments. So if it is actually pitched as to put these multi-disease platform and use this advocacy to this communication to the industry, I think that would save some of the budget, which can improve sample transportation, nutritional support, and robust monitoring. So in India, I can say that quite a lot of our budget goes into the equipment, and then of course consumables each program will buy if it is a multi-disease platform across the health system. So that's just a request from all the all the people who are working with industry and sort of as a bridge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we've eaten into coffee break a little bit, but this has been the beginnings of the conversation. So it's great, all the questions. So we will have a quick break for coffee, but I'm only going to give us 10 minutes because we've got a great panel to continue to sort of start the conversations of hearing from the key groups in the room. So we have a panel immediately after the coffee break, if we could come back at 10:30, where we will be hearing from a national program manager, a national lab director, and a civil society representative, because sort of on some of their initial reflections, which we will then continue to build on in the breakout room. So go and refuel with some caffeine and some sugar, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes time. Thank you. Okay, everybody who's having coffee, if you could bring it in, I think you can have your coffee in the room. We'll get everyone. They didn't have to, they didn't necessarily. Okay, if we can ask everyone outside to finish up their conversations. We've got a great program discussion coming up. Great, thank you very much. And sorry to be bringing your coffee break a little bit forward, but I think we've got a really great panel discussion to really start to hear the feedback from the most important people in the room, which are yourselves, the programs, the civil society. So I would like to call to the stage now our three very esteemed panelists. First, starting with Dr. Kabir, the National TB Program Manager from the National TB Control Program in Bangladesh, if you'd like to come to the stage. Dr. Tu Ha, the head of the National Reference Laboratory for TB here in Vietnam, and Florita Dalida from the TB Heals Patient Alliance in the Philippines. So if we could give a round of applause for our panelists.
I will sit here.
Oh, okay. Okay, so do you want to start with the first question?
Thank you so much. This is very exciting, and we'll set the stage very nicely to also the breaking groups that we will have following the panel. We will start with probably a question that was addressed a little bit in some of the presentations, but more at the higher level. And we would like to dig deeper a little bit and really hear from you on what you consider as the biggest challenge with the current tools that are available for diagnostics for TB. Thank you. And maybe in that context, also thinking about the new tools that we heard about, whether you see their role in resolving some of those diagnostics challenges that you will highlight during your interventions. Thank you. Would you like to start, please? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm introduce myself first time. I am Dr. Jahangir Kabir, Program Manager in TP, Bangladesh. Already we have discussed a lot of new tools implemented in the various part of the Bangladesh world, and Bangladesh also accepted some new technologies recently in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh always try to develop the diagnostic facilities in Bangladesh, and the WHO recommended molecular diagnostic tools already implemented in Bangladesh and all over the country, and we are getting some new results, and already some new diagnostic tools is in the research or already study is implemented in several organizations also.
From the perspective of challenges, maybe
Yeah.
can you unpack a little bit that part?
Yeah. You know, in Bangladesh, the most significant challenges in ensuring access to the tuberculosis diagnostic testing, particularly with the tuberculosis tools that is we are already implemented in Bangladesh, the GeneXpert and TrueNat, the logistics and infrastructure limited. That's some limitations of our logistics and implementations to implement so all over the Bangladesh. First of all, I can point out the high cost. You know, the GeneXpert is a costly instrument, and the cart is the price of the cart is one of the major issue of our Bangladesh. And due to the lack of funding, we can't explore all over the Bangladesh. Till that, we are now 56% diagnostics are done in the molecular diagnostics in all the estimated diagnostics in Bangladesh. Another is infrastructural power supply issue. You know, GeneXpert requires stable electricity and controlled environment, which is difficult to maintain in many rural and remote areas of the Bangladesh. And another things, we are facing challenges in workforce and training. Proper operations of the both GeneXpert and TrueNat requires trained healthcare professionals, which limits effective use, particularly outside the major urban context. Also, we have the frequent turnover of the HR or lack of sufficient HR makes operation challenges.
Thank you, Dr. Kabir. Maybe I could shift to the laboratory, just because you raised the final part that you spoke about is really about the trained healthcare workers and laboratory professionals. And maybe I can shift to Vietnam and Dr. Tu Ha, just to maybe cover from your laboratory angle, how do you see the diagnostics as they currently are actually responding to your needs, and what are the biggest challenges around them? Thank you.
Vâng, tôi xin phép nói tiếng Việt. May I speak in Vietnamese and I get her translated?
Please, thank you.
Ở Việt Nam thì chúng tôi cũng gặp những cái vấn đề mà như là ở Bangladesh cũng vừa chia sẻ. Đấy là vấn đề về chi phí, vấn đề về đào tạo và các vấn đề về việc triển khai. So in Vietnam, we share same situation with the Bangladesh. We face several challenges with the high cost of procurement training. Và tôi cũng xin phép được nói chi tiết hơn một chút về cái ở Việt Nam. Tức là ở Việt Nam thì chúng tôi cũng khi mà được các đối tác hỗ trợ về mặt chi phí để triển khai thì chúng tôi cũng muốn xây dựng cho mình một cái nền tảng ban đầu. Và khi đó thì việc của chúng tôi về tiếp theo sau đó đấy là đưa các xét nghiệm mà mình đã được hỗ trợ để vào các hoạt động thường quy. Yeah, so with the financial support from the managed partner, we initially initiate to introduce the TB diagnosis in Vietnam. But after that, when the financial support is reduced, we need to find a way to sustain our TB diagnosis in the country. Và khi mà đưa vào câu chuyện của cái xét nghiệm thường quy thì cái vấn đề chi phí nó cũng là một trong những cái mà chúng tôi cảm thấy nó rất là đáng lo lắng. Khi mà nói đến chi phí của một xét nghiệm thì nó không đơn giản chỉ là mỗi cái giá test, và đa số thì các bên thì chỉ nói đến vấn đề là giá test là 7 đô hay là 6 đô hay là 5 đô. Yeah, so for the sustainability of the diagnosis in country, so we need to put in the routine tests. So we need to talk about the cost of the test. So initially, the company or the commercial company only talk about the
price per test. For example, with the expert, we only talk about about $7 per test.
Để triển khai một cái xét nghiệm đơn giản như là Easy-Expert chẳng hạn thì chúng ta phải có đầu tư máy. Máy của Easy-Expert thì có khoảng độ 19.000 đô. Mua test thì chỉ khoảng độ 7,7, hiện tại bây giờ đang là 7,78 đô. Và cái chi phí mà để bảo trì bảo dưỡng thì hiện tại bây giờ cái chi phí nó cỡ khoảng 10.500 cho 3 năm cho một máy. Thì đấy là một trong những cái chi phí mà cũng khá là nặng.
So apart from the cost that we to talk about the expert implementation, we need to talk about the cost of equipment procurement, the warranty calibration package, and something else. So, for example, with the Gene Expert equipment right now, we need to pay about 20,000, and a warranty calibration about 10,000 for 3 years. That's such cost important.
Hiện tại chúng tôi đang được Quỹ toàn cầu cũng hỗ trợ rất là lớn về toàn bộ những cái phần mà liên quan đến chi phí, kể cả ngoại kiểm và kể cả việc quá trình triển khai. Thế nhưng mà khi mà chuyển sang cái hoạt động một cách thường quy thì đấy là thực sự đó là một cái thách thức.
Yeah, so right now we still got the huge support from the Global Fund to procure the equipment, the packet, warranty maintenance, and also the quality assurance. But now talking about when we need to sustain our TB survey at the routine test, we need to think about the high amount of test cost the patient need to pay.
Vậy nên là trong cái bài trình bày của các anh chị vừa rồi thì chúng tôi cũng thấy có những cái điểm mà các chị cũng rất là lưu tâm đến những cái khó khăn mà khi mà chúng tôi triển khai, đó là giá của máy này, giá bảo hành này, rồi là giá test.
So that's the kind of the most challenges for us right now with the huge number of costs from the equipment procurement, calibration, and also the training package and something else around from not only for the test but cost.
Nên là chúng tôi cũng khá là yên tâm khi mà với những cái khuyến cáo của WHO mà khi mà mọi người cũng đều rất là quan tâm đến những cái khó khăn đấy, thì tôi nghĩ rằng là những cái phần mà liên quan đến các xét nghiệm mới SEAR WPR thì nó cũng sẽ là một trong những cái điểm sáng cho cái giai đoạn tiếp theo.
So from the presentation today for the near point of test, so we think that this is the new direction for us, so can to get to address this challenge in our country.
Thank you. Maybe just to shift, I'll come back to the new tools a little bit more with also Dr. Kabir, but just shifting to a very complex country, the Philippines, having many thousands of islands and where access is another dimension. I wanted to ask Ms. Dalida whether you can maybe comment from the community perspective how the access really looks like in the Philippines and what is the current challenge with the tools. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Flor from the Philippines. I am the founder of TB Heals. TB Heals is one of the members of the Philippine Alliance to Stop TB, a network of organizations working on TB elimination in the Philippines. So, in our country, only 14% of the 50 million targets were screened through chest x-rays, leading to only 27% of the target tested for TB under the WHO accredited or recommended diagnosis. So we in the community tried to find out what's the reason behind the very low TB testing accomplishment of our country. So we are managing or operating a community-led monitoring, and through that CLM, we were able to receive several calls for accessibility issues, availability, quality, and the stigma and discrimination. So we think that if the government will just look into these findings, they will realize that for accessibility, there were 71% who could not access TB services because they didn't know where TB services facilities are available. 19% because of high cost of medicine, other services, and transportation expenses. For the availability issues, 35% reported that they were not able to undergo TB screening and testing due to the stockouts of cartridges, sputum cups, malfunctioning of the X-ray machine, and shortage of PPD for TST. 47% reported stockouts of first-line drugs, while 12% reported unavailability of facility staff. These factors cause delays in providing TB services to the clients. For quality, 13% reported experiencing a negative attitude from within the health facility. Non-compliance with the NTP protocols, wherein 14 cases were related to TB medication and 18 cases were related to TB diagnostic procedures. 7 clients reported longer turnaround times in providing results and updates, and they also reported that facilities are unresponsive to phone calls and inquiries. We also see stigma and discrimination as among reasons why people do not submit themselves to testing or even in diagnosis. There were 24 cases of stigma and discrimination reported through Call Ka Lang's TB community hotline. The majority of the callers can be considered to be experiencing internalized stigma, as they express negative attitudes toward themselves due to their condition. There were also reported cases of stigma and discrimination in various settings, such as schools, workplaces, homes, employment agencies, evacuation centers, and health facilities in the Philippines and abroad. So those were our findings why we are having a lot of challenges in reaching our targets for TB testing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there is quite a consistency between the countries, especially in terms of that stability of supply, which comes from the cost, which comes from infrastructure requirements and supply chain requirements, which then actually the communities shoulder the most because of the stockouts. So thinking about those, and it's interesting how across Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Philippines, it's come very clearly. Can you then think about the new tools that we heard about and how could, what in your opinion, and realizing that it was a long presentation, but also very detailed, could maybe come out of those tools that could address some of the challenges that you addressed? And maybe Dr. Kabir, if you want to start, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've already mentioned that we are implementing the molecular diagnostics in all over the Bangladesh, including our remote areas also. New tools were accepted in our countries. That is the AI-supported portable X-ray is now rolled out in all over the Bangladesh. Other than the AI-supported X-ray, we have no other new tools in our pipeline. Because it is, I think this tools is potentially revolutionize the early TB detection, particularly in the high burden, low resources setting in Bangladesh. These tools it really excites us because the AI-powered X-ray systems can quickly analyze the stage X-ray and provide instant TB risk assessment, making them ideal for mass screening in the high burden areas. Traditional X-ray machine requires a large infrastructure, but portable X-ray device allow deployment in the rural areas, in mobile clinics and camps. We are arranging lots of mobile camps and clinics in the rural areas with this AI-supported portable X-ray. This device is, we know, this device is a battery powered and making them independent for the unreliable electricity guards. AI reduces the reliance on highly trained radiologists. We did not any radiologists because it is AI supported, and the automated scoring system can guide us whether it is sensitive of TB or not. That's why we are introducing these tools in our areas, and exceptionally in the rural and in the high risk areas and hard to reach areas also. We want to decentralize these types of tools because TB screening use portable AI X-ray unit in the community screen to identify high risk cases in early detection of the high risk areas and prioritize the high risk population, such as we introduce these tools in the factory for the workers. In the Bangladesh is what part of area is occupied by our Rohingya populations. These are the high risk population. We are introduced these tools in that area also. And this by using this AI supported X-ray, we are already reduces the overburden over the cartridges of the gene expert machines. And it is a faster linkage to care. AI X-ray screening can provide real-time results, allowing immediate referral to the conformity testing and treatment. That's waiting for the lab-based diagnosis. And the price of the cartridges is very high. And if we screened by these AI tools, that will be reduce the burden of the expenditure of the cartridge also. That's why we're introduced these new tools all over the Bangladesh. Other than we have no new diagnostic tools in our pipeline.
Dr. Kabir, can I just zoom into one thing? Because you've been talking about the potential of decentralization with this new, and knowing that the new point of care tools that we spoke about could allow you the same process. Would that be one of the dimensions that you would kind of insist on if you're thinking about the new tools? Is the decentralization the most important part of your response that the new tools could bring?
Yeah, the TB diagnostic tools always advancing. In our presentation, we have seen when we introduce a mobile telephone, that is now it is a advanced stage. Science is always advancing. That's why the new tools, new reliable tools, cost-effective tools will be introduced to our country. But nowadays, our lack of budget, lack of infrastructures, and lack of the trained personnel, we can introduce new tools recently in our Bangladesh.
Thank you.
But you have plan. If new tools are expanded to the other part of the world, that should be accepted to our country. That's our future plan to introduce it, implementing these new tools in our country also.
Very clear, and thank you. So just maybe shifting to Dr. Tuha, coming back to the molecular near point of care tests that we heard about, how do you see them complementing or replacing what you already have in Vietnam and the role that they could play?
Ở Việt Nam thì chúng tôi cũng khi mà nghe các bài báo cáo về những cái xét nghiệm mới này thì chúng tôi cũng có một số những cái băn khoăn một chút.
When we hearing from the presentation to introduce the near point of care, we have several concerns.
Khi mà nghe bài trình bày thì chúng tôi cũng có trao đổi với nhau, tức là khi mà các xét nghiệm với near point of care này được đưa đến các cơ sở y tế ban đầu thì cái quan niệm của các bác sĩ khi ở cơ sở y tế ban đầu đó là các test nhanh thì cái độ nhạy phải rất là tốt và độ đặc hiệu thì có thể confirm lại bằng các kỹ thuật khác.
So when we talking about the near point of test, will be conducted in the primary healthcare section. But in Vietnam, we have kind of the long-lasting perspective that the rapid test or point of test needs to have a high sensitivity. It means that the other wrong case or missing someone else.
Vậy nên là khi các xét nghiệm mà của mình đưa xuống thì qua các bài trình bày mình cũng thấy là cái độ nhạy của nó mình có thể chấp nhận là ở từ ngưỡng khoảng độ từ 70 đến 80%. Thì đấy là một trong những cái ngưỡng mà với các xét nghiệm nhanh thì các bác sĩ ở các cơ sở y tế ban đầu là thường chưa quen với lại các con số này.
Yeah, so from the target profile, we can see that the expected the sensitivity will be a range about 7 to 80% or 60%. But in Vietnam, because the situation is quite different. The doctor expected to get the rapid test or near point test with a high sensitivity.
Vậy nên là trong quá trình triển khai thì chúng tôi cũng sẽ phải có những cái phương án cho cái việc mà đưa ra những cái thông điệp một cách rất là rõ ràng cho các bác sĩ tiếp cận hoặc là cho các nhân viên thực hiện kỹ thuật mà tiếp cận với lại các kỹ thuật mới. Đấy là cái này thì cái độ nhạy của nó là ở ngưỡng như thế nào. Và thứ hai là các bước tiếp theo, nếu như mà khi cái test âm tính thì các bước tiếp theo của các bác sĩ lâm sàng là vẫn phải tiếp tục tìm cái thêm những cái bằng chứng khác nữa.
So in our local setting, it means that right now with the new point of new care point of test with a low sensitivity, so it needs to be introduced in the primary healthcare center. So we need to provide the comprehensive training to emphasize that this near point of test will have low sensitivity, and in case the test give the negative result, and you still think about the TB patient, you need to rule out to seek for another test to get the patient tested.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And maybe Ms. Dalila, would you like to also take on that question about the new tools and how do you see it from resolving some of the issues that you raised, especially the near point of care tests? Thank you.
Oh, well, the NTP and its partners are collaborating on new diagnostics and tools to provide other options to help resolve low testing rates, such as near point of care test. We have this TrueNat. It is a machine that is battery operated and can be brought in GIDA areas. Also, the use of tongue swabs for rapid TB diagnostics sounds really thrilling to me, no? Because we used to collect only sputum specimen, which is sometimes they do not patients will not agree to sputum collection. So tongue swabs looks promising. These innovations will provide options to people affected by the disease to choose how and where they want to be diagnosed. Just imagine if we can bring testing closer to where people live. The near point of care test currently in developing should be made available at every primary health care facilities. Options to the community within proper education and awareness. It is important that the current funding crisis and the uncertainties around the global TB response could risk reducing the ambition that governments bring to the TB fight and delay the adoption and implementation of new tools, tests, and drugs. But new tools are not enough. The members of the Philippine Alliance to Stop TB are calling on the government to invest in quality, people-centered, human rights, and gender-based TB response. The new may not be acceptable to all. However, it is important that the NTP can offer options to the community with proper education and awareness. The community can decide which options apply to them. That's all.
Thank you so much. And very important that diagnostics are just a piece of the puzzle. I will wrap up the panel here and really thankful to hear the perspective of the program, which is very open to new technologies, to the lab that actually keeps us on our toes around some of the complexities that might come with that, or some of the questions that might come with that, and also to the communities really for raising that this is one part of the whole ecosystem. So you have set the stage so well for the next part of the day. I want to thank you on behalf of the audience. And maybe shift to Melanie. Thank you so much. A round of applause. And I'll let Melanie from the Global Fund introduce us to what is next for the day. Melanie, please. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. If you could please project my slides, Mansa. So I want to give a quick overview of the next session, which are the breakout discussions. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just to set the scene in terms of what the objectives are for these breakout sessions. As everyone has mentioned here today, we're really keen to hear from the national programs, from the lab directorates, from the CSOs, to gather input around these near point of care tests that were presented by Kavi, with the alternative sampling techniques such as the tongue swab, and just to understand how would you use these tests in your context. Understand if this test helps address any problems that you have in your TB diagnosis process, and then to really get from you what data points you would need to support country planning. And I think this process is a bit more forward-looking, so it's looking ahead to see what's coming in the immediate future and starting to plan for those tests. So we'll have a lot of robust discussions, I anticipate, on some of these three objectives. Next slide, please. So we have 3 breakout rooms. 2 groups will be going up to level 3. The first room is Onyx room, where India, Thailand, Laos, and PNG will be seated with some facilitators and partners to guide the discussion. The second group will be in room Topaz, which is also on level 3 of this hotel. That's Bangladesh, Vietnam, Nepal, and the Philippines. And then group 3 will remain in this main hall, which is Indonesia, Cambodia, Mongolia, and Myanmar. Just to reassure our colleagues from Myanmar online that you will be able to participate in the discussions in the room, and we'll be taking notes from you as well, because we're keen to get input from everyone. For all of the partners that are present in the room, feel free to join any one of the 3 rooms and contribute to the discussions. Next slide. So this is an overall structure, but of course, discussions can evolve in whichever way they can, but 10 minutes to get any clarification questions around what it is we're discussing. And then we have a full hour of getting inputs from the NTP managers, from the lab directorates, from the CSOs around the questions that I previously presented. And then a few minutes to wrap it up before we come back here. Just to say, we're really looking forward to all your valuable feedback. I think that should be my last slide. Back to the rooms, yes. So, okay, maybe one more. The last slide is, these are the key questions that we would, next slide, please. So there's 4 key questions that we hope to come out of those breakout rooms. So the first one is, what is the potential use case for these near point of care tests? What challenges does this test address? What's the best way that we can work with lab programs to introduce this new test? And what data do you need in addition to accuracy data to support national planning? So those are the 4 key questions that we'll ask a representative from each group to feedback on once we return to the plenary. And so kindly go back to slide 2 or 3 with the room allocation, so everyone is aware of what rooms they're heading to, and then we can make our way there. Group back to the, sorry, back 1, 2 more slides. There we go. Yeah, so please make your way to the rooms. There'll be some coffee on level 3 as well, and water if you need to get refreshed. But if we could all make our way to the rooms, we will be handing out a 1-pager that has an overview of what was presented, because we realized that a lot of information was shared this morning. So just a reminder, we'll be handing out a 1-pager for you to reflect on. Thank you.
Great. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Melanie. So I think we were going to leave. If you can go, hopefully you wrote down your room, because unfortunately the names of the rooms have gone back. But if we could all now go to your room, if those to start the more detailed conversations within the smaller group. So Amanda, if we can keep the rooms up on the slides in case people didn't write it down, but otherwise those of you who are on the third floor, start to make your way up there now. I'm in room Oinks, so Oinks, I don't know what it is, but I'll see you up there. So thank you very much, and we'll meet back again.
Online.
Sure. I think, do we have two? Can people on the call hear us okay? Can you confirm if you can hear us and if we can hear you? I don't know. Maybe there's not enough space for all of us. Oh, what do we have on the oh, you have one? Let me see if we have another. Okay.
Online team. Is anyone hearing us?
Tell us if we need to use that mic.
Yeah. Can anyone speak from the online team?
We can hear you, yeah.
Is anyone speaking from online?
I can hear you. I'm online, but I can hear you.
Oh yeah, we can also hear you now.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
Excuse me. We don't need this speakers, right? For this one.
I don't
Will echo.
Okay.
That's all, but from
Do
the
we need the mic?
computer.
Oh, do you just want to do it from the computer?
Yeah, from the
So we don't
computer
need the
over
mic.
here. Yeah, yeah. I can put it here, or if you want, you can also join online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you want me to join online so you can have
If,
your computer? Let's do
if
that.
you want, I can do my
Okay, if you have it ready. Um, just-
online team. Are you hearing us?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. It's good. Yeah. Everyone just try to talk loud, I think. And
Yeah.
tell us if you have trouble hearing. We'll try to monitor closely. Does that work?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Great. So there's like quite a few of us, but I think it would be good if we could do some brief introductions. So just, I guess, name, country, and kind of organization or role. So I'll start. I'm the facilitator for this group. I'm very happy to be. Thank you. I'm very happy to be speaking with all of you. My name is Chase Mertz. I'm from the Gates Foundation and working on these new TB diagnostic products. So very excited to get your feedback. The reason we're here is to get kind of country input on, where you see these, if you're interested in these products, where you see them fitting in, what some of the challenges and problems and opportunities are, and to just get a better sense for those things as we move forward, so we can get an understanding of kind of interest and to kind of rapidly, increase uptake. I'll pass it this way.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tikteya. Short name is Tegi. I am from Mongolia. I am head of NTRL, TB Laboratory.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Mongolia. My name is Gan Tongsuk. I'm an NTP manager.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sunai. I'm from Myanmar. I work with Alliance Myanmar.
Hello, good morning. My name is Som Hun. I'm working with a local NGO in Cambodia.
My name is Kun Kum Iem. I'm the Deputy Director of the TB program, Cambodia.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Narirotha from Cambodia NDP as head of the lab laboratory.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Seyakoto from Research Institute of Tuberculosis, Japan Anti-Tuberculosis Association. Our institute is developing some new things too with the private companies.
Hi, good morning again, everyone. This is Kavi Velen from FIND.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melinda. I'm from Yayasan KNCV Indonesia.
Yeah, hi. I'm John Sugiarto from Yayasan KNCV Indonesia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Fatri, and I'm from Yayasan Terbesar Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Galuh from NTP Indonesia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Megawati Aslina from NTP Indonesia.
Hello, I'm Sharon Lynch with the Diagnostics Equity Consortium. I'm Claire Albert from TRI, Global Markets Team.
Yeah, I am Mansa Menga from KNCB Tuberculosis Foundation. Yeah, just put the video. Forget.
Yeah. Can we get the couple people online to introduce themselves real quick?
Hello, my name is Regina. I'm from WHO Indonesia.
Great.
Hello, my name is Retno from WHO Indonesia.
Hi, I'm Tiju. I'm from Treatment Action Group in New York.
Anyone else? No? Great. Okay, so I think we're going to start off. The first section is with if you have any questions on any of the stuff that was just presented. I think we can. I'll start by just giving a little summary of what we heard. And I think the one page that I handed out with the highlighting is very helpful. So when we're talking about these near point of care products, what I think you should be thinking about is a simple, relatively small test that's battery operated, that can detect pulmonary TB at the peripheral level, that may or may not have drug susceptibility testing. And I think for the sake of this conversation, we should assume that it doesn't, and that can be used with relatively minimal kind of lab training and expertise. The cost you should be thinking about tests that are the instrument is less than $2,000, and that the cost per test is between 4 and 6. The performance, we saw some of the early data, should be around 85% for sputum, 85% sensitive, and 75% for non-sputum. And that's less than an hour to run, ideally less than half an hour, 15 minutes. And so you can see in the highlighted box that there are from manufacturers that we know are in the kind of late stages of the pipeline. There's multiple suppliers that can reach actually the optimal price, which is less than $4, and the optimal price for the instrument, which is less than $1,000, right? So really, 50% less on the assay side, and depending on which instrument you're looking at, considerably cheaper there as well. So I think those are what you should have in mind. But now we'll open it up to any questions you may have had. We have Kavi, who's a great resource, and happy to, just get if there's any clarification needed on any of these potential new products. Is the
Here you said performance means that sensitivity.
Yes. And so I think that you've seen, the early data is looking that sputum for the new products is nearly equivalent to what you're seeing on Expert, right? So it's even so far looking better than what is in the TPP, and tongue swab is a little bit worse, right? But you can, those are two options for sample type. So you could always do sputum on people that can produce sputum, and then if they can't produce sputum or don't want to, then you could do a tongue swab, right? So it's better than not having a test at all, I think, is one algorithm that you could imagine just from the sample type perspective. Any questions about the existing technologies or performance or sample types or anything like that? Please.
As you know, there are recently the National TB Control Program conduct the National TB Prevalence Survey. This just after the COVID, and then we saw that around 30% of the TB patients have no symptom, asymptomatic. To getting the sample from the TB patient is not easy, even that we know the sputum is difficult to get it, and then you have the replacement, the swab that still not better, I think. From my understanding, we would have another in the pipeline, or you have try to find the blood test with the biomarker that is easy to assess at the point of care. This is my dream, the dream that may be easy. So it's my suggestion, my feeling, my impression. Yeah.
So your question is about, you see a large percentage, 30% of people with asymptomatic.
No, asymptomatic.
Can you diagnose with these tools, or will you need future tools? Maybe blood-based, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Kavi, do you want to take a stab? I'm happy to.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question. I think this is a very big part of why people are interested in using these alternative samples, is the idea that there are populations which we see, particularly in prevalent surveys, who are asymptomatic or have very early disease, and getting a sputum sample is challenging. And I think our intention with the use of the swabs and this technology is to hopefully be able to provide a solution to those types of patients. although as you've seen in the data, there's still a lot of optimization that needs to happen before we can, be confident that we can use this in those paucibacillary patients. Like people living with HIV, kids usually also have the same issue. So I think the ambition is to get there, and the work that the foundation is doing, the Gates Foundation and many other partners, is to try and optimize this particular class of technology to do that. I think we're getting closer to that, but we're certainly not totally there yet. I think what's important to understand and appreciate is what I showed in my presentation, that we don't necessarily have to find the perfect test, and there will need to be other additional evaluations that will have to be done to be able to capture everybody that might fall into this group of people that are asymptomatic and have very low bacillary burden. And I mean, the Gates Foundation are funding a number of efforts as well to look at similar patients in the community, where if you do large community-wide screening, you will encounter some of the same challenges. So I think we're all working to that same common goal. I think your question of more broader alternative samples that include blood-based assays, again, I think there's been lots of work done. Cepheid, for instance, at some point tried to, develop an assay that was focused on blood as well. And again, there's just challenges in all these different formats. But we are all working towards the idea that some simpler samples and simpler testing is going to be beneficial in all of these different groups. Yeah, I don't know if you want to add to that. So.
Okay, because if we are considering all of these alternative samples, and now we see that, okay, like stool testing is coming up. So maybe is there any possibilities of also starting, with these new technologies to include the testing of stool? So there might be that might be at the time we are there, we already might have some information already in place.
Right. So I think that's a good question. Sorry, the question was around just thinking about samples like stool, which are already being endorsed by WHO. I think, so this is definitely a very important point to note, that as we move through evidence that's generated for policy through the WHO route, usually we start off with the sort of simple samples and testing methodologies, and then think about the additional off-label potential use cases. So I would imagine eventually, once we can get this technology to be as good as it can be, there will be opportunities to evaluate the likes of stool. So I think that will be a natural evolution of the testing.
So yeah, they said they can hear in the middle, so we can just leave it there.
Yeah. So and this is regarding, okay, because we say that, okay, we can use tongue swab, we can use sputum samples, and we are talking about decentralization, reaching the lowest level of primary healthcare facilities, and I just want to understand maybe how the stool, how the sputum can process, on these cases, because, okay, they might require maybe a safety cabin or something like that. If the processing is just like, okay, how they do it in the lab, it might not be feasible at that time. So we just want to understand how the processing will be with the.
Yeah, again, this is a good question. I think as we move the testing closer to the patient, we will still also need to take into account, the measures around safety, as you rightfully point out. And I think one of the reasons why this particular approach that I also showed in the slides around collecting a sputum sample and using a swab that's dipped into the sputum makes sense is because it mitigates for some of those issues around processing that you would normally encounter, in a lab, where you have biosafety cabinets, for instance. So, I mean, I think this will all have to go hand in hand, the approach to doing this in the field. And of course, some of the early operational studies are going to be needed to try and evaluate those logistical issues in the field. That also talks to protection of the staff that are collecting the samples, or the cadres of staff that are collecting samples.
So the two things I would add is the current protocol is not drastically different than what you're seeing for microscopy, right? So it's very comparable in terms of safety and protocol. But safety is always a big concern. The question to respond to yours is, I think Kavi said it right, but I just emphasize that that's almost more of a screening question, right? It's how do you even we're talking about how do you test presumptive patients, but how do you identify, within a population, which patients you should be testing, and that can be through, X-ray, through mass molecular screening. And so we're kind of, that is something of great interest, but the sort of the starting place is after you've identified the presumptives, how do you test them?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just curious, what is the next step? For example, he said about 30% of the patient are symptomless. And I also learned that 1/4 of the world population is infected with the bacteria. And then that 85% sensitivity is also giving positive test to those people, or what? If it is the case, then we will have like kind of false positive, or I don't know how you call it.
So what we're seeing for these tests, generally speaking, on expert, they give you a semi-quantitative result, right? There's a very high, medium, low, very low trace. We added one in there. And that, generally speaking, for sputum, it's very similar. It can detect almost all of those categories, or similar to expert. For tongue swab, it does better at detecting high positives and worse at detecting low positives, right? So if you imagine you're talking about asymptomatic people, generally you would think those are lower positives. So it may be slightly worse than those. But all of that data, the data that we're starting with is in the diagnostic population, and going to the more asymptomatic and screening populations is going to come in the future. Those are sort of future steps. So I think for the sake of this conversation, I think focusing on the on presumptives would be helpful. That helps. Any more questions?
Yeah, maybe one further comment, something to consider, right? So, and this is also would be on the if we have this point of care test, we know that the turnaround time will be fast and so. But sometimes the other problem is the communications between the lab and the clinicians, because we already see that always there is a gap, there is a barrier between this communication, especially in areas which that they don't have any electronic recording system, and from the lab, sharing the information, back to the clinician. Sometimes it takes times, and there is a lot of delay between some of these communications. And I think that, considering also how we can bridge that gap, because when we have this type of test, to improve, the communication, so that patients also will be able to have an early treatment initiations.
I think that's a good bridge into our use case conversation. But before we get there, I want to make sure that we feel confident on the technology that we're talking about. So I want to go to the Indonesian colleagues and make sure you feel good about understanding the type of test we're talking about, what it looks like in terms of performance and cost and workflow. Do you feel pretty good?
Yeah, it will be good for this specification. This
Cambodian colleagues? You feel good? You understand? Yeah?
We are very happy to hear that we have a new technology that can alternate sample like webcam. But the experience from our using Gene Expert, the quality of sputum is very crucial for positivity. But we don't understand the sensitivity is almost the same between the hand swab and the sputum smear. Any mechanism that you can explain to us?
Sorry.
For the new technology.
Yeah, the mechanism of what?
Expert, it's very for the
based on
quality.
Yep.
But here, the new technology is almost the same sensitivity for the swab and the sputum.
Yeah, so I think it's important when we're talking about swab, right? Because there's a sputum swab and a tongue swab. The sputum swab is really just a different way to access the sputum sample. It's collecting an aliquot of that, right? So I think the sputum swab you should think of it as just the same as sputum, right? And then the tongue swab, the question like, how do you detect TB from the tongue, or like, why does it work? I guess.
Yeah, the mechanism.
So I think The exact mechanism of how TB ends up on the tongue is not known. I think some possible explanations are when you cough, it deposits on your tongue, or even when you're breathing, it could deposit on your tongue, right? And so it's all part of your
experience from the expert and TrueNAT is very low because when we have the low quality of sputum collecting, it's very low result.
Yeah. And I think you're seeing a similar thing here, which is why when you get a high positive on sputum, you're more likely to get a positive on a tongue swab. Versus if you have a low positive on a sputum, you're less likely to have a positive tongue swab. So I think you're seeing
it's almost the same, 75, 85, it's almost.
I think you are seeing it reduced in the data. That's from the TPP. It is definitely lower for tongue swab. And it depends, how much lower depends on your population. If you had a lot of low positives, you would see it far lower. But if you had a lot of high positives, it would be nearly equivalent.
Yeah.
Does that?
Yeah, just also something to say that helps to just, explain a bit of what you were talking to, which is, in sputum-based testing, the quality of the sputum can be a big determinant of whether you find a positive case or not. And that's why the labs are often encouraged to, visibly look at the quality of the sputum before accepting it into the lab. Similarly, for tongue swabs, what we've seen, and I showed a slide where I was talking to the optimization of using tongue swabs as a sample, where you get this swab sample taken in the tongue also makes a difference as to whether you find TB or not, to what Chase was mentioning. So there's work that's ongoing to look at, where's the right place to swab the tongue, and also how long you swab the tongue for. So, if you do it for 5 seconds versus 10 seconds, in the same way that, an on-site sputum sample versus a next day sputum sample have differences in how much bacteria you have in those samples, it's the same for tongue swab. So we're trying to work through those aspects as well as the technology itself to be able to diagnose the TB. So there are many different elements. And as the technology becomes more mature, hopefully we will be better at optimization of those tools.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. There has been a lot of optimization so far, but there's always, still potentially more. I think we had
Okay, so then we just to add like a quick example during the COVID pandemic, because most of the swabs were from the nasopharyngeal area, right? So is it something also to consider here, instead of the tongue? So because if you are looking at and talking about the pathology of TB and so respirations from the lungs, and you have the high chances coming from the nasopharyngeal area than the tongue's area at this level. So is it something that we have to think of considering those other areas?
Yeah, and I think that when the final guidance comes out, those kinds of aspects will be covered in the guidance as far as like what is the most optimal way to take the sample. So I think in the work that's being done in parallel to this, they are assessing all of those different elements to make sure that you get the best chance of finding the TB bacilli on the tongue swab. Yeah.
We had one more question over here, then I'll move us on to the next section.
Thank you. This tool is very fantastic, Faisal, because it's very necessary for us. Because in Mongolia, our landscape very huge and very widely, and our population very small, and population living very decentralized area. Also, infrastructure not very well. And currently, we are implementing a sputum transportation system because we have limited equipment and human resource. Then all primary health sectors implementing a specimen transportation system, and also we have 325 primary health sectors, but we just selected more
So we'll go through those questions. So when can you implement this test? So these tests are currently undergoing performance evaluations in large multi-center studies that Kavi spoke to a little bit about. So for the two that are undergoing right now are Plus Life and MoBio, and so there will be data across many types of people, many climates, and like Vietnam is one of the sites, right? And so there will be there'll be data at least in warm weather. I don't know as much there. I don't know if there's many as cold settings and not necessarily in a PHC setting. So those are I don't know that I we don't know if we have answers yet on how it performs in kind of a broad range of temperatures outside of like a lab setting. The question on how to monitor QA, I think that's a great question and something that I want to get to in this next section because it is going to depend on the use case, right? If you're talking about decentralizing, then that's really important, and those are maybe facilities that your existing kind of quality assurance doesn't sort of reach into already, versus if you're doing it in a facility where you already have an expert or a TrueNat, then that kind of system is more built in there. And so I think it's a good question. So hold that for now. Did I answer at least a little bit?
In terms of time,
Timing.
be a bit more specific.
Yes, so timing. So it sort of depends on what you need to implement, right? And that's different based on every country. I think Plus Life is already registered in Indonesia and has approval there. They are planning to apply to Global Fund ERP, expedited review panel, is that right? For diagnostics in middle of this year, and would hope to get an answer back by the end of this year. And that would allow for procurement through Global Fund. So that the first one of those should be happening towards the end of this year, and then more to come after that. And the hope is that those, you can begin to procure and do things at the end of GC7, but really they'll be kind of ready to go in a big way for GC8, and you can kind of put it into your planning for GC8. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? A little bit more specific?
Sorry, one more question. Is it necessary to experience the transmission, or everyone is possible to use this?
Yeah, so the hope is that in the near point of care product category, that you can go to less experienced staff. And so whether that would be still lab staff or other staff is kind of up to the programs to decide. But the thought is they will be sort of simplified tests in terms of workflow and processing and results interpretation. So it should be able to be done by a lower cadre worker. Fair?
Yeah. And just to build on the piece around the timeline. So Patricia spoke to this a day or 2 days ago when she was talking about the pathway that the WHO follows in bringing a recommendation on a new diagnostic, the class-based recommendation. So essentially, as Chase mentioned, there will be independent evaluations done in different countries, and WHO requires that there should be at least 2 regions represented in data that's collected and reviewed. And as Chase mentioned, there are a handful of consortia that are doing this in many countries, these particular tests. And then once that data is pulled together, it will then be, submitted to WHO for consideration. And Patricia mentioned there will be a review of this in the coming months. And once a recommendation is made, of course, that helps with the regulatory pathways beyond, beyond that review that the WHO performs. But that takes time. So one other additional mechanism that we try to, use as a way to fast track adoption is the ERPD mechanism through the Global Fund, which is a similar group of experts that understand the technologies and will review a similar type of data, but potentially smaller in nature than the more larger data set that the WHO reviews. And they will make a recommendation to say, yes, this looks promising. Let's start procuring this through Global Fund, as Chase mentioned, and that gives you an opportunity to get it going earlier, as we sort of indicated around end of GC7 and more likely GC8. In addition, I think the piece around the stability of the technology. So usually when the regulatory group reviews these technologies, the manufacturers also have to submit proof that there's stability of those tests up to a certain temperature, which is usually around 45 to 50 degrees. And they will do stability testing of these products over a duration of time to show that they can withstand the temperature at the upper limit. But as Chase said, it's not usually considered down to the lower limits, but those would be considerations that can be taken, on a country by country basis based on the regulator that you would be utilizing for procurement in the country.
So just to add on to that, so I think for WHO recommendations, you should think about like early 2026 and that time frame generally. Although that's not set in stone because they need the evidence to be able to make the recommendations, which are still being generated. So I'm going to move us to the next section, and for this section, I really want to go kind of country by country, and we can hop around a little bit. But this is. Oh yeah, do we have one more question on here? Online. Thank you. Any questions online? Okay, no, I'm going to move on if I don't hear anything. Please continue to raise your hands or put it in the chat. We are monitoring. So this next set of questions is on use cases where you, for your countries and your goals and your, in line with your national strategic plans, where do you see these products possibly fitting in, right? And so Global Fund laid out three high-level use cases just to give you something to react to, right? They're not, if you think all of them are terrible ideas, that's fine. If you have a different idea, that's fine. We just want to hear, like, that's the starting place for the conversation. So the first one, I think the easiest way to think about it is in your sites with existing molecular footprint with a gene expert or with a TrueNat, you could put a near point of care test in that same facility. And the primary reason would be for cost purposes, right? If the tests are half of the cost, you would be saving money for every test you did on the near point of care versus the existing WRD. Now, your existing WRD, you would still need it because these platforms don't necessarily have DST, they don't necessarily have RIF and INH on them, right? And so you could put, take your positive samples from your near point of care platform and reflex it to your expert, right? So that's one use case I want you to think about, and that one's we're going to call the cost containment. The second one is really improving the quality of diagnostics. So what I think you should think about for this is a microscopy center. Instead of doing a microscopy test, you're doing a molecular test. So that's better sensitivity and meeting a step towards meeting the WHO diagnostic standard of giving all presumptive patients a molecular test. And it's possible that those sites have sample transport already built in for your positives because we know microscopy doesn't have DST, right? So that the lack of a DST for the near point of care may already sort of be addressed in those types of facilities theoretically. So that's the kind of, we'll call that the microscopy use case or the improving quality of diagnostics. The last one is decentralizing to lower levels of care. So you can think of that as putting a near point of care platform in your primary health clinics to communities that don't have access to molecular or microscopy now. And so I think that, some of the considerations are you need to have the supply chain to get the products there. You need to have the training to make sure the staff, if they weren't administering TB testing, that they can do that now. If they are positive, you want them to be able to access treatment, right? So can they be treated there or will they be referred to another site? So I think that one, we're all excited about decentralizing diagnostics, but that one comes with the most change, right? That you need to make sure that these sites that weren't doing any TB testing before can do that. And so requires a little bit more, a little bit more help. And so I guess, are those three examples clear? Yeah, you can, these are the starting place. Absolutely feel free to add, another use case that you're thinking about that makes sense for you. So do you want to start?
For Myanmar,
yes,
I think these tests will be essential because Myanmar is one of the high TB burden country from the very beginning. And then after 2021, we have like political instability that leave a lot of our healthcare professionals not working anymore. So resource constraint. And then now ARQUID. So, the estimate is like in every 10 minutes, we have 1 new TB cases. Now we have started the conversation like 40 minutes ago, we already got 4 person infected. And then half of them never got tested. So imagine that, you can end TB in Bangkok or Thailand, you can end TB in other country and keep the Myanmar as a reservoir, then it is useless. So I think that kind of test will be very useful for a country like us now having ARQUID, and then all the, even the hospital are damaged. So the existing infrastructure are damaged, and then many displaced people, and TB diagnosis is very low. So I think we can forget about strategic plan, because now it is emergency. And then I think, I don't know how we can really facilitate all these things. Maybe donors can help us. Maybe the international community can help us.
So can I ask, thank you for that. What aspects of the test really get you excited? Is it?
It is because now we don't even have electricity even in this city. So like 4 hours, in 24 hours, we get electricity, and then battery operated, machine will be very good. And then, a lot of the healthcare professional, we don't need, highly qualified technicians. So it will be very good. And then we can reach near to the people, because so many people are displaced from their areas because of conflicts, because of conflict, because of economic hardship. So, many people, for example, are gathered in Yangon city, like Yangon, where, they can find job or things like that. So crowded become very prone to get infection as well. So all these things, so I think in addition to the reason you are giving, I think we have more reason to use these things.
Is it any questions from my co-facilitators for that answer?
So I think that's fantastic, obviously, to hear and from civil society, given your analysis of the political situation and what that means to people. It would be great, in addition, to hear from the NTP about how you can see this fitting with your existing NSP in terms of looking again at 2026. Do you think that this is an appropriate test at the primary healthcare level, or would you see it elsewhere?
That for the Mongolia? Is that for the Mongolia?
Am I looking at the wrong person? And someone else, you're close to the mic.
Could everyone online hear that question? I think we have a representative from the NTP of Myanmar, I believe.
Maybe we can type it in and go to another country. I can type it in and then
sure.
And then
All right. Any other? Who's my next volunteer from country perspective?
also, I think if we use this, they will hear better. No?
I said they could hear okay. Someone talking?
Sorry, do you hear us? Did you want to speak? No.
Yes, we are communicating with the NDB officer to join. We are asking how to join.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes.
Do I
wait a
need
moment,
to type
please.
I need to type the question, or you have called the question?
Yes.
Okay, there. I think that they're okay. Shall we go to another
Yep.
one?
Thank you. Any Indonesia, you ready? Yeah.
Suggest for using these tools in the primary healthcare, especially that they don't have other molecular testing like gene expert or primary healthcare that
difficult access to molecular tests. I think this will be good. And kalau gitu deh. Yeah, I think it should be decentralized.
If I might add, from what Pak Bello already said, so I think the second and the third scenario would fit us well because in Indonesia, if we have positive from the microscopic test, we will have to go to the gene expert with not just for the bacteriological findings from the microscopy. So if we have that in our microscopy, that would be good because it's easier for staff, right? Because in microscopy, I think unfortunately, you need to change class. And the general class is very tight. So sometimes we left with facility without trace class. So I think this method will benefit us. And the second one, the third scenario, for the center that don't have any microscopy, some of the region in Indonesia, the patient have to come like 6 or 4 hours to get to the healthcare facility. So I think this also will benefit the patient that they will have the results in 60 minutes, like Kevin said earlier, rather have like 2 days TAT to have the gen expert or expert result. Do you have experts for each of your islands? Yeah, we have like 2,000, more than 2,000 experts in Indonesia. However, we are a big country with like remote islands. Yeah, like I said before, even some patients have to travel 6 hours to the nearest healthcare facility to get tested. Yeah. So would this be a solution also for an island? Where you have so many. I think so. Because they said earlier that we can operate it with batteries. In some islands, we don't have any electricity too. So yeah, I think this would be a very benefit for our program. Thank you.
From Cambodia.
Yeah, please go ahead.
From Cambodia, from our NSP, we plan to expand the WRD throughout the country. Currently, we have 106 sites and with the gene expert. And for the 10 health center, the peripheral health center where the access to the gene expert are difficult, even though we have the geographical difficulty, and we implement the TrueNAT. We, let's say around 96% was covered by the with the facility to access for the WRD. And then our challenge is during this January for the economic or the financial storm, the USAID support for the TrueNAT. That's a big problem. That was a cutting, and that we do not have more support for the cartridge for the chip for the cartridge for the TrueNAT is there. But we still have the channel for referral the sample from the site there on behalf of the point of care, but still refer the sample, the sputum sample to the gene expert site there. And like I said earlier, the microscopy right now, we just use for the sputum follow-up only, mostly. So if we have a spot tongue spot, let's say, maybe more easily that I can be more accessible. That would be great. Yes, I think that for Cambodia.
Concern about support.
Yeah, we are mostly concerned about the support. Yeah.
For
Thank you.
training and for machine purchasing, testing.
And then we heard that from the tongue swab, maybe not the have the special light or the special training. They are just the lab and then the use and then we just I think new technology not difficult like we have the gene expert. It's just train and then can do. Yeah. So it's and from Cambodia. Thank you. Decentralizing. We did. Yeah. But as I told, around 10 sites was with the TrueNet that was get stuck right now with the no support from the USAID.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay.
Because our concern now only we realize to Global Fund, but Global Fund have the phase. So this phase is 3 years, but they also they already plan. We don't know exactly we can suggest to buy a new technology.
But that's for the GC step, right?
For the current grant cycle. Yeah. The grant cycle. Yeah. Yes, and also during that the suspension and the budget from the USAID, we negotiate with the Global Fund. How can you help to procure the cartridge for the TrueNet or not? They say no because they have the limited allocated fund over there. So this is a big problem.
Even the area for coverage.
Any questions?
Yeah. Identifying, it would be fantastic to have one.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make one point around something that came up in the session earlier on around integration of other diseases that could be tested on these platforms. So I think that is a very important selling point, we hope, for this kind of platform as well. In addition to the fact that, there are all the funding cuts that are ongoing and we have to find ways to make these platforms more efficient. And I think, I stand to be corrected, but in many countries, there are pockets of underutilization of expert as well, right? Where you have a machine placed somewhere, but actually the machine's not being used very often. So my question is also linked to this. In addition to TB, like what other alternative diseases do you think could be considered to make these platforms more useful for you in your various programs?
In Cambodia also we have do this one using the platform, the gene expert, like the test for the HIV, the viral load. We are using that, but we piloting and then we plan to expand more and more. Yeah. But we asked the prioritize to the TB program. Mean that if they have the sputum would be the prioritize for that. But we do how to say use integrate or the optimize use of this machine. Yeah.
This is a great point. Because in Mongolia also, we have a high prevalence STI and hepatitis, and our new project includes integrated diagnostic activities. Then currently, right time, our National Communicable Disease, National Center of Communicable Disease directors visit to Korea, South Korea. They are some kind of experience to take this integration diagnostic method, and this is very. Is it possible with this tool? It will be great. Also, we have one question. Now, in the countryside, in the Mongolia countryside, we have 325 sub provinces. Now we just selected 30 sub provinces to install Gen Expert and TrueNAS, but it's just 10% of all primary centers. Then warranties maintenance also a big issue in Mongolia. Global Fund recommended to responsible to government and all hospitals, but most of health centers couldn't spend the time to maintain and warranty cost. And how about the maintenance and warranty cost for this new tool?
Yeah, so it varies depending on which tool you're talking about, right? But I think the one example that we saw for Plus Life, the warranty was included in the $400 price. So that includes instrument and a 4-year warranty. So I think we are all worried about warranty and maintenance. We know that's been a huge concern for expert. And so that is something that's front of mind with these new diagnostics.
Yeah, I didn't mention this in any particular way in the presentation, but the idea is that because of the cost of these tests being as low as they are, that it probably would make more sense for these manufacturers to send you a new device than to actually send somebody to come and fix them the way it used to be with expert, some of these little local density assays. So that is another benefit from the lower cost of these tools, that they could just send you a new one.
Great. We have a question or someone that wants to say something online.
I think from Indonesia, Maria.
Retno, do you want to say something?
Hello, hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, actually, it's my colleague Retno who would like to ask some questions, but she cannot proceed with the speaker. So maybe I just add some information regarding Indonesia. Indonesia, we have installed the Gene Expert machine in our primary healthcare level. So I think almost half our primary healthcare levels already have the Gene Expert machine. In addition to that, we also procured the TrueNAS. I'm not sure whether the machines already received or not, but we will utilize this TrueNAS in the most difficult area, in most peripheral level, for example, in the islands or in the place where geographically difficult, like in Papua. And so that's the plans is underway. And we also working on the DNO together with the public health lab division. So it's like a combination between the NTP and also the public health laboratory division under the Ministry of Health. And for this diagnosis of network optimization, we will not only oversee for TB, but other diseases, especially like epidemic prone disease, for COVID. And I heard for the Gene Expert also, we can utilize this for Hep C and also viral load testing. So I think the idea is on the plate, but unfortunately I cannot give you the updates because I'm not following it quite well. And for since we are only have almost half Puskesmas primary health level has the Gene Experts, and the turnaround time is also quite long, as my colleague Melinda explained. So there are a project of transport specimen referral, which is now led by Find Indonesia and also funded by Global Fund. So I hope with those efforts, we can optimize the lab networks. And I think for the tongue swab, we are really looking for it because it will be easier, like our experience during the COVID-19 pandemic time. And I also heard from Prof. Erlina that she will start the study on this tongue swab very soon. So I think Indonesia is on the track. Thank you, and over to you.
Hello? Is that gonna echo? No. All right. Thank you. I guess I want to ask a quick question to each country representative, and then we'll go on to the next question. Just to be very, very targeted here in terms of like financial barriers to testing. Is that a limitation now with your current expert and with TrueNat? Or how much of an issue is that? And do you see the reduced cost as an opportunity here? So that's the one thing. And then the other thing is we've heard from two of our, from Cambodia and from Mongolia about the other tests you're interested in. I guess we heard a little bit from Indonesia, but that would be the other piece, to give every country a chance to respond beyond just TB. What other are the kind of top priority diseases, and are there like opportunities for integration? So funding and then other diseases. I'll go to Indonesia.
Yeah, like for example, also because still we talk about military PhD level, but still sometimes it's difficult to have it distance, from the PhD level to other maybe districts and so. And also, it's good to consider maybe and think about how far maybe the NPP would like to go maybe testing with the community. We know that maybe these are tests that you can do within community level.
Since the US doesn't give support anymore, we think that it's a little affect in our program in UB especially. So now we are trying to looking for another opportunity, support funding. I don't know so far, where we will get the funding. Maybe our ministers still trying, but now global fund is still support, and also from UAE, United Emirates Arab, really support us. And for the another disease, the prioritized disease in Indonesia, besides TB, is the malaria, HIV. It's HIV. I think that's the situation.
Yeah. So do you see the cost of the reduced cost of these new diagnostics as is that a big interest, not that big of a deal? Is that it's an opportunity to reduce cost?
Can I ask a specific question to Indonesia around just your willingness to procure products that are not made in Indonesia? So I know that we have been in discussion with the previous administration about consideration of these new tools, and there was an interest in utilizing the existing infrastructure that was procured during COVID, like the open PCRs, and then a real interest in trying to support locally made tools. So is that something that might impede your ability to consider these tools? Because I'm sure in the region there are other countries as well, so that we also have an understanding of how to try and mitigate for some of that as well.
I'm not sure that I don't know. I mean, I can't speak. I can make the decision, because I have to. We have to discuss with our high level.
Yeah.
But I think there is an opportunity for the new diagnostic tools to apply to Indonesia. Yeah. Right now, maybe there is some like a local method, local mechanism that still on research, on operational research, but not finished yet. but maybe we will another like those dispose to apply in Indonesia.
So I'm going to actually adjust the question. Thank you for that answer. That was exactly what we were looking for. But I'm going to adjust the answer the question a little bit, because when we went through the 3 use cases, everyone said that decentralizing was important to them, which I understand, and that some said that microscopy, replacing microscopy, was important. But I think everyone is going to say that there's funding constraints, especially now, right? And that first scenario is really focused on cutting costs as quickly as possible, but no one pointed to that scenario as something of interest. So I guess I just want to understand why that. Do you see that first scenario as the easiest way? Do you see that as an opportunity to cut costs, or I guess why is that not of interest?
It is I think it's flawed to tie those two things together. I really do. To lock in, do you want to save money? And if so, this is what it means. I think it's a biased approach, as opposed to, is anyone thinking that the new test, the new near point of care test, should only be used where right now there's Gene Expert or TrueNAP, so that it will end up reducing costs of operationalized using TrueNAP and Expert. And that could be one motivation. Is anyone thinking about that scenario? As opposed to decentralization, or maybe even in addition to eventual decentralization.
That's one point, but if local fund comes next year and allocates the same for medicine, we will be working with the same budget envelope for diagnostics. And the new tools come, any expansion would be more funding. So I guess it's more collective exercise as well to see how the same amount of money results in more tests, how you define, right? Because the new tools might come for less than $4. The old tools are $8. So there is a price differential, but they don't do the same thing, right? They don't do the same. So yeah, it's a little bit kind of reduce that complexity on how you organize.
So does anyone have any reaction to that? The first scenario, cost opportunities, prioritizing the use cases.
Regarding the cost effectiveness, we just spend the first installment is a little bit more for yearly expenses for the purchasing step, but the year after is more like spending on that. But the big challenge is it's not our decision, because we have a few domestic funding for the program and rely more on the so we can discuss donor, and then we are happy to decentralize this program, and it's really effective for the year after the first installment.
So you're saying the first year you have to spend on the instruments, and so you're not getting the savings right away. So just to do some simple math, right? If the instrument costs $1,000 and you're saving $4 per test, you only need to do 250 tests on the new instrument at the reduced cost to pay for the instrument. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's
regarding the we also have additional costs around 20,000 a year. So if they include in that payment method.
Yes, you're right. You're every positive and need to reflex back to your goals.
One of the questions that were asked to discuss in this breakout group is what data or what information would help inform decisions about where to use and how to use the new tests. So if, for example, there was a cost comparison over the life of the Global Fund grant, a 3-year grant, would that be helpful to you in comparing GeneXpert or TrueNut to the new point of care and the different scenarios at primary healthcare, at microscopy sites, or at provincial or district sites?
I think the experience from using tuna, this machine may also provide that conservator. So it's no problem with a little bit learning curve at the beginning.
At the beginning.
I actually had a point to come back to what Chase was asking earlier on, which is we know that there has always been access pricing for the likes of GeneXpert, but in many countries, the countries are not actually getting the price of the GeneXpert at that price. So $8, for example, for GeneXpert. Is it possible for us to just do a very quick round to understand, like, are you getting the $8 price? I know for Indonesia, Find worked a lot to try and bring down the cost of GeneXpert. Despite those prices being access pricing in many countries.
I was looking at the real price.
Yeah.
Distributors.
Do you know your pricing roughly for expert? Not to put you on the spot. Well, how much do you pay for TB tests now, or GeneXpert or TrueNut per test? 7.
Is anybody paying more than like $7 or $8 for the GeneXpert test?
I guess we found the kind of the biggest driver is how you're procuring it. So is anyone procuring outside of the Global Fund or GDF? Are you procuring through national tenders or like through distributors? And if so, what's the pricing that you're getting through that?
Yes. Cambodia, sorry.
Yeah, Cambodia, so far we got the price around $8, like Indonesia. But the point is that we talk with the scientific community about tracking. Because some TrueNut instrument it seems to be old and old version that we need to replace. But sorry, not skin expert, and we ask the fit for that inch. So far we don't get a quality correspond.
Indonesia, do you know your GeneXpert? It's around 12. Thank you.
Around 12.
Okay, so I want to go back to this Sharon's question about implementation. So you all kind of gave us the use cases that you see these tests fitting into. What needs to happen to make that a reality? So we heard a little bit of upfront, maybe technical assistance and training and whatnot. We talked about earlier the quality assurance and the connection. If you're taking this out of a lab, how do you maintain the quality? And so hearing from our lab, I think your lab representation would be good. What are some of those? What data do you need to see to feel confident that this is a good idea? If you could kind of speak to some of those implementation considerations in data needed, that would be helpful. Anyone want to start?
I think if we place it in the front line of point of care, we concern a bit about infection control because we don't have proper infrastructure for putting that improvement. And we also can spend more money for more training to the staff. The more that we have, the more we spend on the training and as well as the maintenance cost.
So when you said you're concerned about infection control, you're talking about that healthcare provider collecting the sample
and
or the lab? Both collection and processing. Thank you. Those are good examples of costs, especially. I like that you tied it to the use case, especially for the decentralized use case, right? Anything else for the decentralized use case? other considerations. You need to see performance data. Is seeing global, sensitivity and specificity good from a range of countries, or do you need local data? Do you need to do a pilot in a few facilities before you expand? Like what do you need to, do you need, usability and acceptability? What kind of usability?
The local data, you want to see your own data versus right?
But pilot more from an implementation standpoint, like, yeah, where does this test fit into the algorithm? Does everyone use it okay? And so do you have experience with piloting for other tests that you implement, new tests you've implemented in the past?
New suite always piloting first.
And what does that look like roughly? Is it like 5 facilities? Is it 50? How does it, depends on the thing. Anything, what about for the microscopy use case? Do you need a pilot there? Do you want to see performance data relative to microscopy? What are some of the considerations? Do you want to put the new test into microscopy center?
Regarding the recommendation, you can have much for
yeah.
So comparing, it's very big, because around 20%
Makes sense. What about Myanmar, Mongolia, Indonesia?
Also, what are the critical questions? One question for me would be, what is the lowest level of the healthcare worker that can process the test? Is it a nurse with 2 years training? Is it a clinic assistant? Also, if you were to take one of your primary healthcare clinics and say, okay, we have this many people in our catchment area. We have incidents of this in our catchment area. We have been running so many tests. What would it look like under this new test to figure out how much capacity, how much time it would take to process the tests of one of your healthcare workers? So how busy the clinic, how much time does it take to run, to administer and process the tests?
I agree with your idea. Yours includes one new intervention in our new project. This is like a triage. This new intervention to be implement private hospitals, and this is very big 15 private hospitals, and we provide incentives, and also we developed kind of algorithms. And this is also a good idea. And in Mongolia, our frontline diagnosis method is gene expert, and we also want to pilot study this. Microscopy, there is only is the product.
Also, if I was working with the MTP and I need to make the case for having a larger burden for the decentralization use case, I would want to say this can not only do TB, but some of these tests can do other diseases. Therefore, I'm saving money by having one test device that can do multiple diseases. You heard that that's true with Lamiro. You also heard that some of the other companies are interested in doing multi-disease. So while we're all here because of TB, financially it could help make the case for other diseases as well. HIV, obviously, as you say, but in COVID, HPV, as you say, in malaria, and there are others as well. STI, hepatitis, and possibly in the future some different fever tests.
So I'd like to ask, you're one lab representative, right? Did I get that right? Are you from the lab? Okay, didn't someone say lab or no? Was it you? Oh, sorry, I got wrong. I got you mixed up. Sorry to put you on the spot. Now I'll put you on the spot. What from a lab perspective and a quality perspective, what are some of the considerations when you're talking about decentralizing testing from maybe a lab setting to a setting that's hasn't done lab testing before? What kind of quality considerations or training do you see?
Well, experience on collecting a TrueNAT before select the which side or area for implementing pilot. First one, we need to prioritize because number one, we need to consider all the burden of the disease. Yeah, some place, and the other we need to think about the distance that in the term of closing gap to access to the diagnostic facility, and then we need to find some support from local authority and partner as well. So then we put together and decide which place to be the prioritized place. And then based on the experience, we encounter some challenge my colleague mentioned. Number one regarding to regard the infection control, and the other is on the referral system. Maybe because we need to collect from the patient home, and then come to the how can say the thing diagnostic that we assign, and the other we are concerned about the quality of the sputum or sample, as Mr. Hun already mentioned. They're asking about how we see from the respiratory sample to the hand swab, something like this. These are one of the challenge that we see about there. And regarding to the feasibility and affordability of the staff, because based experience on TrueNAT, it seems to be feasible, affordable with local staff. Because there are new generation, meaning that the young people, so they are familiar with the technology, so it seems to be talent, not for the old generation. It's what challenging so far. And regarding to the positivity, based experience, in its first, and TrueNAT it seems to be TrueNAT seems to be less than low in its first. In its first, roughly around 11 or 12% of the rate, and TrueNAT around 7% something. So quality will be challenging and to be addressed. And one more regarding to the referral system.
So can I ask, thank you for that answer. If these tests don't have a DST, drug susceptibility testing, they don't have a RIF result, is that a concern to you? How big of a concern is that?
Well, regarding to DST, but I don't know DST, but in terms of recommendation by WHO, TrueNAT and Minister already include the DST for at least rifampicin.
Yes, these ones won't. The new ones will not have that. So is that a issue? Is that a concern?
Yes, Because so far we have estimated the sample for pregnancy. So if we talking about that, it is a point for consideration.
So how would you address that, I guess? If you implement this test and it doesn't have DST, doesn't have RIF, do you do sample referral to somewhere that can do RIF testing, or what do you do?
It's still
You still use a gene expert.
Right now we are proceeding the what you say. You read them for the advanced HIV positive. During lung positive, just positive but confirmed, but it's not about persistence. And then it's hard to collect this photo sample from this advanced stage for the client. So it's our current challenge. So that so we try to ask the patient to bring produce the photo for the gene expert to see the DST, let's say, it's not for confirmation, but for identify it.
That's a great example. So if they cannot produce sputum, what do you do?
That's why it's a big challenge. So cannot actually we do like this one. All the patient or presumptive patient, even the HIV positive and the gene expert is the first priority. But we are not able to get the sample for gene expert. Another alternative is the urine. And urine time positive, and then we have
So that's
and if for the near future, urine time can be
Yeah, so I think we anticipated that this would be something that the country programs would have issue with, the fact that we are so used to having experts for TrueNet providing the 5% results, and now thinking about a test that just tells you TB or no TB. So one thing I'd like to say to you to think about is, when you look at the data that I showed and also what Patricia mentioned, 5% of all TB cases. And of course, that varies in countries. There are countries that have a higher drug resistance. And so it's important to also understand that if we're testing everybody with gene experts, especially in places where drug resistance isn't that prevalent, we're really almost wasting a resource that's costing us more as well, right? So one of the reasons why these tests are coming down in cost is because they're now not having to provide this additional result, which for 95% of the people who have TB, it's not relevant, right? That makes sense. So we have to think about how to maximize the use of these tools alongside understanding the epidemiology in our country and the programs, and where they see this added value in not having it. Yes, most of our patients won't necessarily benefit from knowing that because they don't have drug resistance. So this is something you have to think about as the program evolves in its thinking and adoption of these new tools, which is to Chase's point. Like, how do you try and then think about referrals in places where you know the resistance might be higher, or particular populations where they might be more prone to drug resistance?
Experience on the SEAR, the same machine can run the TB study.
Yes.
And how about the human?
Not yet.
No.
No, the hope is in the future, maybe, but not now. DSC on the same instrument.
But I think it's also to grasp that we will have to have some trade-offs, right? And that's the sensitivity trade-off, but also it's how many targets for the drug sensitivity testing. If you're asking for to do something that is this big, we'll start with this big, and just let a small plastic tool and a small thing going into it, and cost, let's say it costs $5,000, right? $1,000 versus 17,000. We will not get the same. So it's mostly saying what is more important, that we have a smaller one, cheaper. We can test more people, or a bigger one, but we can test only.
to see another small machine that can test the resistance. So like it may not at the same machine, but along the side that have another one. So maybe 10 machine can have one for resistance.
So that's the scenario one, right? Yeah. Where you actually have the small ones run the.
If we do the decentralization and we still prefer to the resistance at the decentralization, it's more difficult for our decentralization.
Yes. So does that change any of your thinking about where you would want to use these tests?
No, it's not changed, but it should be go along with the test with the small machine, but can detect the resistance.
Yeah.
So can have one around the 10 of the to be detected machine, then we can detect the resistance. So we just expect that our team expert is last for more 10 years.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to pick up on that point where you said that, 25% of the people who may have purchased it. But once we raise those questions, we are again coming from our, the goal of universal DST or a DST guided therapy. So just for the saving cost, I think that we can do away with this development. I don't believe that. Of course, we need to bring down the cost. We need to see how we can do it more efficiently. But we shouldn't go against those principles because otherwise we move back to the era where we just talk about who are the high risk for drug resistance and who are not the high risk of drug resistance. And again, we knew that the numbers are more in people who are right. So because the new cases found the highest proportion of TB patients. So we are to miss a substantial number of resistant TB patients if we are selective in who we offer the DST.
So I don't think we're saying that we should not do DST, but we're just saying think about how it makes sense to incorporate it, right? And you only need to be doing DST on your positive cases, right? So that's already around 10% of the tests you're doing. And so what systems can we build in place? Do we need sample transportation, or do you to get you to a gene expert, or do you put it in the same facility as a gene expert because then it's right there, or how do you address this limitation? So it's both taking advantage of the new tool and the opportunities there, but then accounting for its everything has trade-offs. Accounting for its shortcomings, I guess, is more the question.
Because we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. But one of the trade-offs is for the first time, we can talk about test and treat on the same day, right? And still seek DST for positives. So using the infrastructure that you already have. So Cambodia still doing the sample collection, send the positive, sputum that tested positive for DST.
Yeah, and just to say, like, I definitely don't want to dilute your point, but just to say, in many cases, these tests are replacing nothing.
Yeah, so it's not about being selective because I just thought that the messaging should be clear that facilities can place gene experts, you can have upfront DST. That's what the test of first choice should be. But it's only when we can't expand it and there are financial constraints. Probably then we can consider other tests we can distinguish between people but because otherwise that was my approach.
And Kabi, do we know whether the companies are interested in also looking at DRTB tests, assays for the near point of care?
I think it is like an ongoing request that we are making as a community. The bodies are seeing the same request coming to the programs. These meetings will convey those sentiments as well. And of course, it's about like getting a first foot into the space and then seeing how they can refine what's on offer and thinking about how that impacts the cost and just scalability. But of course, this is certainly on the agenda as well.
Especially if they see it as a market.
Yeah.
If they see demand for it.
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself too? You joined us.
South Africa.
Great, thank you.
And my question is that are we going to test people who visit clinics or around the community? Also, there are few people who visit clinics because the staff is few. Also, if you go to the clinic by 8 o'clock, maybe you leave after their lunch after 2. So people don't want to go to clinics because staff is few. So I think there will be training for the people who are going to test and treat. I think that's
So I would.
Can I just build on that? I'm sorry, Chase, for interrupting. That's a good point. I was thinking about it. Maybe Kavi can help us. Like tests, like for example, the small plastic shell. It can be put in a small backpack for the community health worker to walk from village to village and do the test, and then bring back maybe sputum or time swab from those that test positive for DST. So these also tests could allow us to really kind of swap the service and not have to have all people come to clinic, for your point, but clinic to come to people, and then those that need DST actually. So it gives us a little bit more freedom, right? Is this what your question?
So I get the person which I asked when Chase asked how far maybe the NTP would like to go. Because this will also depends on the policy. So it means that yes, policies that will allow to reach the communities, to place the tool in areas which will reach everybody in the community that needs it. So, but if those policies are there, it's always very difficult. So, and this will be determined by how the NTP now would like to do those policies.
So I think that you asked a question of the group, but I think it's a question that the country should answer, right? Is this a fourth use case for you, right? Do you want to take these tests into the community versus having them in the health center? So I think it would be good to hear that if that would be an interesting use case to everyone, including South Africa.
I think people are starting to come back in the breakout groups. So we'll need a little bit of time to compile and report that.
Sure.
So the group has to choose a person to provide the report back on behalf of group 3.
Do you have a volunteer that would like to report back on what we discussed? Very exciting opportunity. Someone can help you with your talking points. No, I don't. I think it should be coming from one of our country representatives. Cambodia, you have the largest delegation.
We can talk about health and development at the time.
I think we just need someone to summarize our conversation. We can help you do that. Would one of you be interested in? You're such great participants, so it'd be.
We can talk on behalf of the team, but we may add some.
That's okay. Can we help you compile? No, sir. You have it. You have a good understanding of our. Can we help you? I'll help you with some notes. Talking about some of the questions. You need test work in the 18th. I think that was a question from the earlier, right? You had a question on, or your colleague had a question, student quality. Pardon? The first section was clarifying questions, right? And so, I mean, if you,
Okay, if everyone start coming back in. Okay, I think we're coming back in. I'm looking for the representative from our room.
Okay, we are on the countdown to lunch. So the sooner you come back in, the sooner we can start lunch. Okay, so we are going to start. So as hopefully we had a very robust set of conversations, and I hope everyone from the programs got a chance to share their thoughts, ask their questions, get to think about sort of how this could be implemented or address some of the problems within your programs. We're not going to spend very long, but I think it would be very helpful for everyone to get a sense of what happened in the other rooms. So from the room onks, I don't quite know how to say that. There's too many, there's a lack of vowels in there for my Anglophone component, but where we had representatives from India, Thailand, Laos, and Papua New Guinea. So Arnab, if you maybe want to share a quick summary, and it doesn't need to be long, but just highlights from the conversations that happened in the room.
Thanks, Rania. We had a very robust discussion and productive discussion, group one. So just to summarize based on the key questions. So I think one was, what are the use cases for these near point of care tests? So I think there was a general consensus that some of the use cases that I already mentioned around cost containment, improvement of quality of diagnostics, and access are very important. Additionally, I think in some countries felt that there's use case in active case finding, screening of, maybe some internally displaced refugees or other populations, special settings. I think those are additional use cases that were discussed. There were a few considerations as well. I mean, some countries had questions around what do you do with the existing infrastructure of molecular diagnostic tests, TrueNAT and Expert. There's a need for, this will entail additional cost, at least in the short term, as countries need to invest in these new tools beyond what they already have, which would require obviously political advocacy and kind of needing to kind of convince finance departments on the need for this investment. There would also be some trade-off around, do you invest in these near point of care platforms, or do you kind of scale up sample collection transportations? There's also, I think, countries expressed a need for DST testing on these platforms. There would be considerations around, how do you monitor treatment? How do you ensure that these additional patients that hopefully you're diagnosing, how do you initiate them on treatment as well? So again, key considerations as we think about introducing and thinking about how do they scale up. Change management in terms of training additional people if it needs to be introduced in PHCs and lower settings would be critical. It takes time, it takes effort. So again, those are considerations. There were ideas as well. I mean, how do you overcome that? There was some ideas around using these existing platforms for multiplexing as well, so that you have near point of care devices, you have experts in TrueNAT, which are doing, let's say, DST, but also testing for other, areas like hepatitis, HIV, and so on and so forth. In terms of data requirement, I think all countries spoke about the need for implementation research and better understanding of what would the implementation model look like, what would the diagnostic algorithm look like, and it might vary at a subnational level. There may not be a one-size-fits-all kind of implementation model. There's need for additional data on children, PLHIV, and then, in terms of data, I think also what would the impact be, let's say, on treatment initiation, time to diagnosis. I think all of those would be helpful in kind of making that case within the country to kind of scale up. And finally, I think there's also need for potentially diagnostic network optimization so that countries can actually determine where would these machines be placed, how would the entire diagnostic network look like. So that's all, yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from our room who would like to add to that? But it was a great discussion, so I do want to take the opportunity, as I have the microphone, to thank all the program people in the room, because it was really robust. So, yes. Thank you. So room Topaz, do we have a nominated speaker? Bangladesh? Can you put your... Can I have, who's the representative speaker for Topaz? You're group 3. I need a hand for the topaz. We've got Bangladesh, Vietnam, Nepal, and the Philippines.
Let's go to 3.
Okay, group 3, while we find the representatives. There's a spotlight there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm representative for Group 3 from Cambodia, from Myanmar, from Mongolia, and Indonesia. So our team have a lot of discussion, and we have some questions regarding how the producer of the new instrument can produce the rapid test like HIV test regarding our newly survey on the prevalence survey. We found that 30%, more than 30% of the TB patient are symptomatic. And regarding the stool and the swab, that is easier for our implement right now, but to switch to the RIF, can we collect the second sample for using our existing gene expert machine? It's difficult for collect 2 times sample from the patient. And the concern, the new technology can have a sensibility similar from sputum sample and swab quality. What is the mechanism that can detect similar sensibility from, because our experience from using the expert machine and TrueNAT is very different for the quality of sputum collecting from the patient. The result is very different. And most of the country is accept the new technology and the decentralization. It make more accessibility for the people who live at the remote country, especially for the poor that don't need to cost for the transportation to access the healthcare. But our concern is when the test is positive, how we can do the resistance test using the same instrument, existing machine expert or TrueNAT. So question is, can produce parallelly the RIF machine for, we can create a hub to refer nearby, because our gene expert is not last for more than 10 years more. And regarding the cost, we do some exercise on the costing. It's very interesting to accept for the new technology. But the cost for the installment at the first installment is rely on the donor. And now we have only Global Fund who decide. And we also need to discuss more if we implement the new technology regarding the RIF, referral sample for test the resistance. That's all from our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Room Topaz. Room Ballroom. And do we have the presenter from Topaz? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Naveen from Nepal, and I am going to present on behalf of Topaz team. And our team has a Bangladesh, Nepal, Vietnam, and Philippines. So definitely there is lots of challenges if you want to introduce anything in the country, anything in the system. If it is a new, like you don't know each other's, so you cannot talk with each other's, cannot be familiar with each other's. But slowly, if you know each other for a longer time, you will start knowing each other, start talking with each other, and your relations will be better day by day. Similar things happen to this also. Like if you are going to introduce a new machines, initially you don't like it. Yeah, health workers will not accept it because they have to do the extra work. But slowly they think, oh, this is better, and have less effort, then they will start taking it. So definitely the first point is the cost saving. Like a GenExpert, it costs around $7.25 per cartridge. But this is for $4 per cartridge. So definitely there is almost half a price. So you can save the money for the other work or something like that. And there is the budget crunch globally because of Global Fund, and also USAID is withdrawing the support. Global Fund is reducing the support day by day. So it will be better for the country to accept if there is anything which is cost saving. Other is decentralization opportunity. You can keep the machines in a periphery where there is the patient. So a point of care and decentralization is possible with these machines. A potential for multiple use cases, active or passive case finding. Sometimes, during the active case finding, you have a lots of piles of samples. And in GenExpert machines, we have a 4 module normally. So you can do 12 or 16 samples a day, which needs a long time. So there's no battery. So it takes time. So during active case finding, also it is used. And there is the geography challenges like Nepal. We have a 12 highest peak in Nepal and also the plain region. So these machines can be decentralized, can be taken to the mountains also, can be taken to the plains also. So easy to portability is there. And battery enabled, so no need for the electricity. If GenExperts, you need the electricity. And in many countries in the periphery, there is no electricity. So one is benefit of this point of care is it doesn't need any electric power. Battery can be work for them. And challenges are like changing the status quo is complex and costly. Like you cannot replace it with a microscopy right now because it is a $4 per test. And microscopy is below $1 per test. But if in future there is things, maybe if it comes below $2, then you can think. Even for the monitorings, like it can give the battery load like very high, medium, low, and low. So if it is initially it is very high and at last it is low after 2 months, you can say this is treatment is going in a good way. So even you can use for monitoring, but needs to decrease the price still. And also HR capacity, definitely if any new machines comes, we have to give the capacity building training, which needs budget. So, and also if any extra machine is added into the lab persons have to work longer durations. So acceptability is also a challenge for implementing the new machine. And also the maintenance in the country. Like Nepal, we are having the GenExpert machines, but for maintenance, we have to send the module to the Dubai, which is very far from our country. So it's difficult for the maintenance also, but this is a portable and doesn't need high manpower to maintain it, I think. So one is that. So there should be the maintenance should be inside the country, and there should be the local supply, local agent of the machines. Otherwise, it is a challenge if it is not, there is no local supply in the country. And temperature, key considerations is like temperature control at what is the optimum temperature where the machines works. Like the GenExpert machines, if the temperature is above 30 degrees centigrade, the machine's not working very nicely or fluently. So one is a key consideration. Other is need in country distributor, local portability and battery considerations where highlighted particularly, like sometimes you procured for this ultra portable X-ray and battery is running very fast, running low, and sometimes battery is not working and you have to replace in a very short period of time, which is not possible for the NTP program to replace the battery, which is very expensive. So one is that key considerations, and other is accessibility from the healthcare workers need to be investigated. Like without doing the field test, we cannot say this test is accepted by everybody. So we have to go for the field test. What are the actual points of the lab workers on the machines? Like it is easy or difficult or something. There may be some other things which I have to consider, and need operational evidence, like this. Of course, in-country validation is necessary for any machines to start, and regulatory board, they have to pass the inside country regulatory board, and there has to be ownership and accountability for the laboratory. So these are all points we have discussed about the new point of care machines, and that's all from our Topaz group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to all the groups. I think it sounds like a really robust conversation. And we will now have a just quick finalization before we move to the closing. See, Mel?
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for their active participation in the breakout rooms. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I just quickly would like the group to answer just 2 questions. I promise it's only 2 questions and probably a minute each. So if you could scan this QR code to quickly.
I don't know if anyone's got Kavi's Nokia 3310, in which case you maybe can't scan, but I think the rest of us have all really upgraded our diagnostics. So we should all be able to scan. Okay, and so the first question, and I'm not sure if I've got presenting rights, but you can tell me if it comes up on your phone. I haven't scanned it on my phone. Is what challenges in your program, we're going to see if we can generate a word cloud, what challenges in your program could a near point of care test help you overcome? And we'll just see. Great, we have already some words coming in, so hopefully it's uploading. We're hoping to bring it up so you can see your answers, but keep thinking about it. You can put in more than one word. You've had a whole morning of presentations and discussions to sort of think, what challenge could this help you overcome? You can also write none if you think you've got it covered. Okay. Okay, we're doing great. Apparently, I've got my co-chair is telling me that oh, look at this. It will be coming up. I'm seeing it on my screen and it looks very exciting. There's lots of words coming in. Here we go. Okay, so we'll give you a minute or 2 more. You get to see okay, great. 5 people are typing. Keep typing. Great. Maybe there's some words up there that make you think. Okay. Right. I'm going to walk over here, so keep going until we have our next question. Right. How do I do the next question? Let's move this down. Okay. And then. Okay. And then we will open the next question. Let's see if we can get it back to presenting. I know, but it should be. Right. Can you maybe help me get this back up? So the next question would be, okay, here we are. What would be your potential and initial approach to implement a near point of care test? So there is, if you, for some reason it's gone in an order that is not. So if you scroll down, I've no idea when answer number 6 has come first, but we've got use case 1 is answer number 1. It comes up of just cost containment of the current molecular tests. Use case 2, the increase the coverage of WRDs and replace the diagnostic microscopy. Use case 3 is increase access to TB diagnostics by placing at a primary healthcare facility. 4 is a use case of 1 and 2, so a bit of cost containment and a bit of increasing the sort of WRD coverage. And answer number 6, use case 2 and 3, which is microscopy, sort of increasing the WRD, but also decentralizing to the PHC. So sorry, I gave you a number of answers there, but that should cover every potential. Great. Again, we'll just give a minute more, but this has been a chance to use your very snazzy diagnostic phones. Great. Okay. Thank you. I think that is all we will ask of you now. So thank you very much, everybody, for this session. Very much appreciated. So now we will move to the next speaker. And I'd like to invite Mangala Namasaviam, I'm sorry, I've said your name correctly, from the Diagnostic Equity Consortia. Mangala.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm aware that I'm now standing between you and lunch, so this will be very quick. Can I please call on my civil society colleagues to join me on the stage? Okay, you can stand. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. What we would like to share with you this afternoon is the civil society call to action. So if you can see, this are the civil society that have been part of this meeting for the past 4 days. Yes. Can we also have the screen up? The clicker? Right. So this civil society call to action called Close the Deadly TB Testing Gap in Asia Pacific is on behalf of the civil society and communities advocating for scaling up access to diagnostics to address the deadly gaps in TB testing. And we would like to issue this following call to action. We're very well aware that this call is against the backdrop of draconian cuts to and profound uncertainties about future support for the global TB response. The funding freezes on US external aid and the ODA cuts in the UK and further reductions in France and other donors risk squandering scientific progress that has resulted in better prevention, therapeutic and diagnostic tools, and operational lessons in supporting people with TB and its drug-resistant forms. So our first call to action is the need for urgency to reduce donor dependency and to increase domestic TB financing has never been greater than ever. Governments must take leadership and develop innovative financing solutions to end TB in the region. Local governments need increased funding to implement effective TB programs. TB plans must be needs-based and fully funded for proper execution. Though the transition to domestic funding has been rather abrupt for all of us, the region must collectively build sustainable leadership and secure long-term funding to end TB. And now for the second call.
Okay, I'm saying for the second call to action, we need to improve TB testing, the critical gateway to care, and increase the diagnosis with WHO recommended rapid molecular tests. The Southeast Asia and Western Pacific regions represent 45 of the current global TB testing gap, and only 39 and 60% of people were diagnosed using recommended rapid molecular testing in SEAR and WPR regions, respectively.
For the third call, we need to help those who are being left behind, those seeking care in the private sector who are referred late for confirmatory tests, children who don't have access to gastric aspiration, those expected to pay the cost of additional TB tests, for example, extrapulmonary TB and DST, migrants, refugees, IDPs, and other key and vulnerable populations, and everyone affected by stockouts from sputum collection cups to gene expert supplies. National efforts against TB can expect to succeed if we don't address these problems.
For the fourth call is geographic barriers and can hinder TB diagnosis, forcing many to make lengthy, costly trips to provincial centers for molecular testing. Decentralized model delay diagnosis and disproportionately affect rural and remote population. We must urgently decentralize specimen collection and TB testing, bringing services to closer to communities. The next call.
The fifth action is innovative approaches like oral swabs, sampling, and near-point care testing can reduce travel, accelerate diagnosis, and ensure equitable access to life-saving TB detection and treatment. We want to see near-point care testing in every primary healthcare facility. Placement must prioritize proximity to bring testing to underserved community urgency to address preventable deaths.
Number 6, we call for ambitious, measurable implementation roadmaps and strategic plans with a vision of extending point of care and near point of care testing to every primary healthcare center. This will ensure early and accurate TB diagnosis for all, regardless of location.
Number 7, investing in community engagement alongside the scale-up of new and existing TB diagnostic is essential to ending TB. An informed and empowered community can demand services, combating stigma, protect rights, and ensure equitable access to TB care. Government and donors must sustain investment in community-led response, as doing so is both the right and the smart choice.
Our 8th call to action. Governments, global health actors, and donors must coordinate ambitious plans and strategies for new TB tests, driven by high ambition to secure the most affordable prices possible. High ambition and high volumes lead to lower costs, bringing future affordability into the present. This is an economic and moral imperative to make these life-saving diagnostics universally accessible. Civil society remains committed to collaborating with you to strengthen efforts to scale up TB testing and plan for the inclusion of future diagnostics while raising literacy within our communities. We stand as your allies, committed to working alongside you and holding all partners accountable to ensure that communities
have sustainable access to quality, affordable, sustainable, suitable, and effective diagnostics. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the members of the Diagnostic Equity Consortium for their powerful words. I will now hand over to Mansa for the closing part of this meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Grania and Semilka, for sharing the day today. So, and you have been seeing my face for the past 4 days. So, but I think it's good also to see the faces of the one who make this meeting possible and give us a comfortable stay in Hanoi. So, and that's the KNCB and WHO team in Vietnam. Can you guys please come here? Hong and the team, can you please come so that they can see you? So these are the people who are supporting us throughout. So, and of course, we also have people who are not here with us. So, and those are the people that supported the preparation and planning. So all the logistics and also also the colleagues from KNCV Global, Unit 8 Global Team, so and the WHO, GTB and the regional office, so and the Global Fund team also. So thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll move to the closing ceremony. So, and yeah, I would just like to call some people just to give short remarks, then we can go for lunch. So, and we'll start calling Dr. Hua from Vietnam NTP. So then Agnes from KNCV, Similka from Unit 8, and Grania from Global Fund. Yeah, maybe you can come up here. So Dr. Hua, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. First of all, on behalf of Dr. Đinh Văn Lượng, Director of National Lung Hospital, Head of National Tuberculosis Program, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you for attending and contributing to this important workshop. This workshop aims at planning the accelerated implementation of WHO new tuberculosis policy for prioritized country has been a great success. Held in Hanoi, Vietnam, from the 1st April to the 4th April 2025. It features numerous speech presentations, discussion, and valuable lessons in various important fields of tuberculosis shared by organizations and country representatives. Over the course of 4 days of diligent, serious, and open-minded work, the workshop has achieved significant results, updating the latest policy and guidelines of the World Health Organization for the year 2025. It also discussed an action plan for implementing their new policy in the coming periods. The workshop had heard many valuable information and contribution from the experts and delegates. Their insight will help us to improve and develop TB control program in our country in the future. The success of the workshop is clear evidence to the close and effective cooperation of international organizations at the global, regional, and national level. It has created the opportunity to strengthen the connection among the experts, colleagues, and scientists in the field of tuberculosis. I would like to thank the international organization, especially the World Health Organization, for choosing Vietnam as the host country and giving us the opportunity to demonstrate our capacity and responsibility in completing this meaningful task. This workshop also proves that we can successfully organize regional and international conference in the future. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and the National Tuberculosis Program of Vietnam and Dr. Đinh Văn Lượng, I sincerely thank KNCB experts from the headquarters and the KNCB office in Vietnam for their effort in collaborating with the World Health Organization to prepare for many months and successfully manage for the workshop. I sincerely thank the United and Global Fund for their invaluable financial support. Despite the challenging budget circumstance, this has given the workshop special favor, helping it not only to be held, but also to achieve the excellent results. I extend my deeply thanks to colleagues from the NTP in Cambodia, Laos, Papua New Guinea, Mongolia, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Myanmar, India, Nepal, Philippines, Vietnam, as well as the international organizations such as CHI, the University of Sydney, FHI 360, FIT, both attending directly and online. Last but not least, I thank the speaker, expert, and esteemed guests from the organizations such as TB Alliance, the Japan Anti-Tuberculosis Association, and the World Food Program, Five Gate Foundation, Start for All, and all other. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you, all of you, and wish all of you in very good health, happiness, and success in your work. I hope you have a meaningful time in Hanoi and safe trip back home. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Hua. I would like to call Grania from the Global Fund.
Thank you. So I think over the last 4 days, we've witnessed, or I've witnessed, remarkable engagement from everyone here in the room, and your contributions through group discussions, through the country-based planning sessions, and the feedback sessions have more than demonstrated your commitment to ending TB in your countries. For the Global Fund, this next-gen market shaping strategic initiative, this regional dialogue is not just a moment in time. We look forward to continuing and building on the discussions that we've started today as more data becomes available, guidelines evolve, timelines clarify, and new products emerge. As our community colleagues have just emphasized in their call to action, the access to quality, affordable, suitable, and effective diagnosis is key, and we all have a role to play in making that happen. Using the collective experiences that we have here in the room with the current implementation of the WHO recommendations and the partnerships that are in place and will continue to grow to implement this, we must all continue to drive towards implementing the latest guidance and the best tools to effectively address the barriers we face in achieving the NTB goals. I'd like to thank the Vietnamese NTP program and the WHO regional and global office and the KNCV team for all their hard work in bringing together this meeting. And I'd like to thank you again for all your dedication and hard work in ending TB. So safe travels home
And we look forward to continuing our working together with you to end TB. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Grania. So we'd like to call Similka from Unit 8.
Thank you, Mansa. I always found TB response to be mind-boggling, and even just coming into TB world quite late. I used to work a lot in HIV. I always am overwhelmed actually with the complexity that the TB response actually represents. And just sitting through the first 3 days and listening to everything the WHO is recommending to be able to eliminate TB, it just felt like a mission impossible. But then I actually listened to a lot of very resourceful and innovative approaches from countries, and that always gives me kind of hope that we can do it. And I want to thank you first and foremost for sharing those experiences and actually proving that some of these complex algorithms and complex approaches can actually be adapted to the countries. The second thing is, thank you also for grounding us in realities. I think none of us who were across the different groups actually could have predicted the responses that we got from countries about the innovation. And innovation is always tricky. It is very exciting, but when the rubber hits the road, it really turns out to be a little bit or sometimes a lot different than what we thought it would look like. So it has been incredibly helpful, especially for UNITAID, who has been an agency that thinks about the innovation and brings innovation to reality, to think about what we missed and what we can still course correct with the new technologies, and what we still need to learn in order to be actually responsible when we bring those innovations and not just drop them into the world without a plan A and plan B and plan C, what I have heard today we need to think about. And I want to also thank the communities. I have always been fascinated by the power that their voices and their experiences and their needs bring into the conversation. So that's something that we are committed to always listen to, but also always use our funding and convening power to bring their voices upfront and central to the table and to these discussions. And just finally, as a donor that also gets funding in order to be able to give funding, we are also thinking about what next. I've heard a lot of fallback options which are reliant maybe on some options that in the future might be weaker in terms of supporting countries. So we just really need to think about how to do the resourcing of these responses smarter. And I'm glad that a lot of countries actually spoke about domestic financing and domestic options. And for us, the cost savings and cost containment will always be at the front and center of how we see the innovation as well. And thank you for informing actually that thinking for us as well. So just to thank Mansa first and foremost, who has tolerated us throughout these months of preparing the process, and of course the entire KNCV team, WHO, who has pulled off an incredibly complex process of nominations that we know lasts for months and usually really takes a lot of reminders. Thank you for traveling here. I always compute how many patients and people who need you. You actually had to delay for days just for being with us. We'd never take it for granted. And of course, Global Fund and other partners that have been partners for us in this journey. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Similka. So we'll pass it over to Agnes.
Dear colleagues, so
we're at the end of these 4 days. And as my job has been made easy by the earlier speakers, because they have been thanking you all for your contributions, for your traveling, and for your the work you're doing in the first place in your countries. I would like to maybe also turn to my let's say the organizing committee, consisting of people from Global Fund, from WHO, importantly, and UNITAID, but also the organizations like CHAI and BMGF and others involved in this whole process of preparing the innovations for real effectiveness in the countries. This is such a massive effort, which is really speeding up the process of getting the innovations really matter for the people who need them most. Secondly, I would like to very much thank and recommend the community representatives to be present here and to share their ideas, to share their recommendations, and to really be the voice of the people affected by TB. And as we are moving closer to reaching what is sometimes called the remaining 30% of people who are having TB but currently not reached by the services, the global realization is that communities are of essential importance in order to reach these people. And I think actually we need even more representation of communities. We need even more of their voices to be heard in our meetings. And what I would really love to see is if in your countries, when you're going back, that you really also will very much include representatives of the communities in your deliberations. When we did the exercises, the planning exercises around the implementation of the latest WHO recommendations, of course, every country has specific things about their country, but a kind of cross-cutting topic was capacity building at the level of the primary healthcare system, of the communities, involvement of communities in decision-making. And I think that is something where we still have some steps to take. Having said so, is it to me to close the meeting? Or will you?
You can close the meeting. Bye.
So for now, lunch is ready, I think. Let's close the meeting and let's give ourselves a hand. And wish you all safe travels home.
Yeah, thank you, Agnes. And I think that by now, all of you should have access to the materials, because the Dropbox link that we shared today, all the materials are there. So, and we'll add all the Zoom recordings to it. Okay. Have a nice lunch and safe travels. Thank you.
Okay.